to get to about 36, 37 degrees. So what's that about? Quite actually mid to high 90 degree Fahrenheit, around there in the 90s, and maybe even pushing into the hundreds. So that's probably not my favorite weather to go. And gosh, then you sweat. But then you also have really great arthropod sightings, especially if you go to a little bit of a waterhole and watch dragonflies and that type of thing. But we don't even have a bird to show you right now. I'm sorry. I have not seen any interesting bugs just yet. Not even a little netwing beetle, and they've been everywhere at the moment. What a pity. What a pity. Okay. I'm going to just turn around and go back on the road I came. Oh, hello. Yeah. No power steering. Sorry, everyone. My right calf muscle is going to be much bigger than my left calf muscle by the end of this stint. I'll have to be doing only left leg calf raises from now on in between drives to sort of balance it out. Oh, come on. Even can we have a look at a ringneck dove? There's not one. Waikisha, you've very much enjoyed this morning, and I'm glad that you enjoyed the sunrise safari. It was wonderful, wasn't it? I have also enjoyed it. It was really nice to see Kuchava and Sumi. They are beautiful leopards. I would love to obviously have the opportunity to spend some more time with them again, so that I can get to know little Nsumi, but I'm sure she is such a character. Everybody speaks so highly of her. For the most part, everyone speaks very highly of leopards, full stop. So I'd like to maybe try that again this afternoon, depending on where Ben left them. If they carried on moving, they weren't too far away from a net, and then obviously we can't drive there. And that's where the buffalo are too. I did hear from the guides, the buffalo just on the nets. They came over onto Chitwa, must have been late last night, maybe to have a drink, or perhaps they were chased around by some lions. But there's all sorts of exciting things that we have to look forward to for the sunset safari this afternoon. Gosh, it's been nice. Hopefully Rexon gets his view of the big elephant, and I'm wondering if he's talking about Ezulwini. Perhaps he is. He's a great giant elephant to have a look at. But it's been fantastic all round. I think we've all had a really good morning. So make sure, if you weren't able to watch a show, of course you catch all the highlights, the best bits. But otherwise, we'll see the rest of you for the sunset safari. Have a wonderful day or an evening, wherever you may be.
Yes, a very good morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever you are watching from. Thank you for joining me here on Escape to Nature. My name is Cedric Dold, and I'm going to be your naturalist here on Jumadam Cam, and as well at Okokweyo in Namibia. So for now, we are at Jumadam, and we are just taking a look at 3 beautiful hippos that's in the watering hole. But first of all, what a wonderful sunrise safari that has been. Definitely, I think Kuchava and Nsumi, definitely what beautiful leopards they are. I think exactly what Taylor was saying now. I think Nsumi is definitely growing up, being a fantastic female, and hoping to see many, many more sightings of that beautiful girl. But yes, I'm hoping that everybody had a good one, and I'm hoping that we can entertain you here this morning or this afternoon, wherever you're watching from. And as you know, this is alive, this is interactive, so if you've got any comments or questions, please send them through. Amazing stories. I am going to be sitting here and I'll be waiting for those questions. I'm hoping that I can answer as many things as possible, because it's definitely quite exciting just to take a look at these dams. So, yes, but it's so nice just to look at Djuma Dam. I wonder if that's Dewey. I don't think it's Dewey. I wonder if Dewey has come back to Gowrie Dam. I'll never know. Oh, he's going to give us a yawn. Look at that. Oh, what a good. Even saying good morning to everybody as well. Morning! Absolutely stunning. I love it when the hippos when they actually open their mouths like that and showing their teeth and just giving a good old yawn. Sometimes also for aggression, so if there is other hippos or something that's approaching the water area and they're not happy about that, they will also pretty much open their mouths and pretty much like a display, a threatening display. So yes. Sam Pam, definitely good morning to you as well. Thank you for joining us here on Escape to Nature. And yes, always nice just to spend some time with some of these animals and just taking a look what's coming down to these watering holes. And I don't know, I think it looked like they're at Djuma. It seems like it's quite cold and overcast that side, so, but I'm hoping that it is going to start clearing up very soon. I think they say this weekend is going to be amazing. But talking about the weather, let's take a look what the weather is like all over today. Yeah, it seems like it's going to be nice and warm everywhere today, so that is fantastic. That is good news, and I'm sure that those clouds will start breaking away very soon. It is, what is today? Thursday, so yes, you never know. They say the weekend it's going to be nice and fresh. But yes, definitely the hippos are enjoying, well, one thing, the hippos are enjoying this weather, because you must understand that they, with the very hot days here in summertime, I think the sun can be very sharp and very hot for them. And then they'll try and spend a lot of time in the water. You'll see it kind of more in the winter time. You'll find hippos basking in the sun on the side of the dams and the rivers or any kind of water source, just kind of warming up that way. But I think for now, because it is summer, I think, and it's a little bit cool, but I think that's why they are in the water, but they're not too phased about the heat for now. I love them. I absolutely love them. Now there is 3 here, so I know that the other one's just, I think, just to the foreground of that one hippo that was out the water now. But yeah, I think that's also a very shallow area of Djuma Dam. So it's just I think it's just deep enough for them just to kind of bob down and go to the bottom and then pretty much kick themselves up again and stand on the surface there. And of course the bottom area, and I think maybe about 1.5 meters, 2 meters. I don't think anything more than that. As you know, hippos, their bone density is so heavy, and they just kind of sink. Amy, yes, it does look like Dewey's found some friends. I want to make sure if it is Dewey. Well, this is Dewey's watering hole, so I'm sure he might be there. I'll just have to take a close look at it. It might be Dewey and then maybe another 2 females there, but I'll just make sure about that. I know that I don't know if that hippo that has been hanging around there at Treehouse Dam, I don't think that is Dewey, because I mean, no, Dewey is definitely larger compared to that hippo that has been hanging around Treehouse Dam. And I don't know if Dewey maybe went a little bit further north, because Buffelshoek Cut Line is not far from here. There's other dams, Jacana Dam, that's a little bit further north of Buffelshoek Cut Line, which Jacana Dam also pretty much holds water very well. That's why many times you'll find hippo tracks coming up from Gowrie Dam, heading north to those areas and coming back south or going back north again. Maybe that's where they've been hanging around for the last several weeks. We haven't had too much hippo activity at Gowrie Dam. Oh, what are they busy doing over there? Maybe might be Dewey on the left there, and then maybe a female on the right. And of course, the male's way larger than a female. Male will get up to about 2 tons, a female about 1.6, 1.7 tons. I never know what's going to be seen around, what's going to happen this side. White mane, yes, I think if it is dewy, and I'm sure maybe the females, if it is a female that's coming down towards his dam, definitely. If not, I mean, he'll be very happy if he can have 1 or 2 females in his dam. Like Dewey is getting to that age where he spends most of his time by himself. And usually hippos do that. Once they get to a certain age, it seems like almost like going into like a retirement, where they don't really want to have a pod of hippos. They don't want to compete with younger males, and they tend to kind of venture on by themselves. But yeah, if it's a possibility, maybe it might be Dewey. As I said, it's very difficult to say if it is him. I will definitely try. It looks like a lot of scratches on the back. I'm just going to try and zoom in a little bit. There's a little bit of a few scratches on the back. So many times, even hippos, when they do compete for pods or for watering holes or areas at the river, sometimes those territorial battles can be quite violent. Huge teeth. I mean, hippos, they pretty much their canines are absolutely huge, and they can cause a big problem. I don't know if it is going to be Dewey. It's difficult to say because I think, with a female hippo, I just want to see if it turns around. A female hippo, you'll find with it, they've got more pinkish around the eye area, and where a male, but it looks like a very young one that's to the right. So it might be a female actually with maybe a young one to the right, and maybe like a mid-age hippo that's just to the left of this one. So it might be actually a female. I'm just going to double check on that. So I'm just looking at the size at the moment. Adam, hippos can venture out far. I mean, that's a big thing. Hippos can go really. They recorded some of the hippos actually moving up to about 35, 40 kilometers from one watering hole to actually locate another watering hole. So they can really move great distances. That's why many towns and like little cities or towns and that surround, and even villages that surround some of the parks and that, they always have those warning signs of hippos moving in through the towns itself. And that's exactly because they can move very, very far, and all of a sudden they could be ending up on the streets of the villages or the towns on the surrounding areas of the reserves. So yes, but the main thing of also moving for great distance like that, so if they get pushed out from the area, or if there's too much competition in that dam, you'll find that they'll kind of move away and try and find another area that is not utilized by any other hippos. Especially the older males. And the older males, as I said, if they're actually just keen to just be by themselves, that's what they do. But I think this is a female. I don't think this is definitely not Dewey. I think this is a female with a youngster. I'm just going to try and zoom out. I just want to double check on any. Yeah, there's another one just bobbing up and down there. Look, maybe a mid-age calf that's just moved with this female towards this watering hole. And I know that's exactly the same thing happened there at Buffelshoek Dam. We had that female with a youngster that actually moved there for a couple of weeks, and we kept on seeing her. That was about maybe 2-3 months ago. That is a female not all by herself, but with a young one that side. Yeah, that's why I always walking around at night time, and if you're walking there and on the farms, that's pretty much on the farms that's surrounding the Kruger Park or any other reserves that's pretty much carrying hippos and big dams and all that side, you must always make sure that you really be vigilant, because you don't want to. The last thing you want to do is actually walk into a hippo that's busy moving from one dam to another, or maybe a hippo that is looking for a nice grazing area. I mean, we used to stay on the southern side of Kruger National Park many years ago, and we stayed just on the outside of Kruger Park, next to a river called the Crocodile River. And we used to always go and just, go towards the Crocodile River. My older brother and myself used to go and always fish around there and, just go and see if we can catch something. And there's always hippos in that river system. And we've been mock charged, or actually charged by hippos a few times. And so what we do every time, because my older brother used to be also pretty much a guide here in the Sabi Sands for many years ago. And so we kind of, took the opportunity to go and have a little bit of a fish, and hippos used to charge us, and we always made sure that there was a gully behind us, like a small gully. So if the hippos charged us, we used to always drop the fishing rods, and we used to run into those gullies just to get away from the hippos and that. And I don't know. Yeah, it was, that was back in the days when you just still was like you're pretty much young and not too wise. But yeah, luckily the hippos never followed us into those gullies because it was too narrow, and it was perfect. If it was too narrow like that, now the hippos will tend to feel a little bit vulnerable, and they'll always turn around and they'll kind of dart back into the water for their safety. A little oxpecker on the female there as well now. Fantastic, look at that little oxpecker. So of course looking for any little parasites, and sometimes using the hippo as a base or a little structure just to have a little bit of a drink. All right, so I did get a bit of a confirmation from, thank you, Jamie S. You say that there was a female with two different size young ones. You saw them last night coming out. And so, okay, perfect. Thank you, Jamie S. So, yes, so there's a confirmation on him saying that there was a female with a very young one and pretty much a mid-age one coming around here with this female towards Gowrie Dam. So, that's what I thought. Thank you so much for that update. Oh, and a nice a grey heron in the background as well, busy fishing and just waiting for the opportunity for something that's going to be swimming by. Oh, maybe it's going to land on Epa. You never know. Land. It's gone right past. Usually there is a grey heron that likes to surf hippos here at Djuma. I know that there was that one there at Buffelshoek Dam that kept on sitting on the back of the hippo and enjoying the ride. I'm just going to quickly see if I can find that grey heron. I'm sure it might be towards the inflow of Gowrie Dam. Let's see, where are you? Maybe not. Maybe went to roost in one of these dead trees. I'm just trying to search for that grey heron that just took off now on the other side. I don't know where it went to. I thought it went to the inflow, but clearly did not go that side. Take a look just to this dead tree that's always sitting here. So, sometimes you're lucky with even a Nile monitor that hangs around here. It doesn't seem like there is anything that side. No, I think it flew off to another area. And I remember we used to always see, even in the Kruger National Park, we used to go to a camp called the Lower Sabi, and there was a beautiful dam there called the Sunset Dam. Absolutely a beautiful dam, and huge crocodiles in there, loads and loads of hippos. And same thing, we used to always have a grey heron that used to surf the hippos there. So pretty much just, when I'm talking about surfing, we used to just stand on the back of the hippos and using them as pretty much a structure so they can actually do their fishing off from the hippo's back, which was quite fascinating. Sometimes those hippos would be moving quite quickly, and that the grey heron will just remain standing on the back, sometimes going almost to, kind of covering its entire legs, into the water and coming up again. So it was quite funny seeing those herons surfing like that. All right, I do want to double check here. You can see the youngster just to the right of the mom. Now and again, just see the nostrils popping up. Now, I wonder if that youngster's not maybe feeding next to mom. So many times you'll see the calves of hippos. You can see going down again. See the nostrils. Might be. I didn't see them out. I can just really see the nostrils and that. But many times you'll find if it's a calf that's busy suckling from mom, it'll actually go to the bottom while they're in the water, take a breath, go under, suckle for a few seconds, maybe 10-15 seconds, and then they'll come up again. So it's definitely not a consistent suckling. Larry, that's correct. I've never really witnessed a hippo giving birth to twins. I might be mistaken on that. Maybe somebody has seen it, but I've never seen it. I've never seen hippos with twins. The animal that I've seen mostly with twins will be elephants. I've seen elephants that have had, two, where they always have one calf. I've seen elephants having two, or with two calves, not having them, but with two calves afterward. You can see she's just bobbing up and down, bobbing up and down. Just on to the left there. And she's not too phased about the weather at the moment. As you can see, it is quite overcast there, so there's definitely no sun that's coming through, and that could be a problem for her. As you know, their skin, the epidermis is very, 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 very sensitive to any sun and to heat. So that's why many times you'll find hippos on very hot days rather remaining in the water. Even on a cool day like this, they'll be in the water, just to make sure that skin is kept nice and wet and a little bit of like a moisturizer for them, so that skin does not dry up quickly and starts becoming a problem. They're not bobbing up weird, maybe because of the calf. It's just to the right of her. So I heard that they came in last night. Interesting to see which direction they came from. I'm sure they must have come from the north. As I said, Jacana Dam is in the north, so I'm sure they have made their way from that side. She brought the two of them with her. I'm sure if it was Dewey, he would be playing with his stick. It's the same as that male that we've been seeing at Treehouse Dam. Definitely picking up a huge branch that's inside Treehouse Dam. I saw it a few times already, and definitely having some fun and games with that. And I think animals are the same, I think animals, when they do play, when they do have something like that, I don't think it's because they're just maybe they just, need to nibble on something. I think it's a little bit of fun and games. Also have playtime, and just like us. When we're kids and all, even if we're adults and you want to throw a ball around, same thing. So I think it's the same with animals. They also have that kind of sense of, enjoyment, if I can call it that.
It's the end of another year here at Wild Earth. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
This is going to come. Don't go behind there. I think that's going to go out of view. But let's just take a look and try and follow this beautiful grey heron. I thought it might be herding maybe some fish or something just into the inflow. They will do that sometimes, and they'll just try and push it towards like a catchment area. Well, we are going to try and follow this grey heron here at Djuma Dam, and let's head over to the northwest at Madikwe, as Lauren has got some beautiful impalas to show you.
Good morning, everyone. We're having the loveliest of sightings. Look. This has been going on for a while now. I'm going to explain what's going on in just a moment, but good morning. My name is Lauren. Darby's behind the camera, and I think we're watching some lessons. I have a funny feeling the ewes are teaching all of these lambs, there's about 20 lambs, how to stot. Not pronk, stot. How to raise the sort of back legs up and flee. I feel like that's what's happening. They've been going back and forth and back and forth. Oh, they have all stopped behind us. No, continue the lessons. It could just be fun, it could be play, it could be so many things, but I feel that it's a lesson. Never seen anything like it before. We've also got baboons here. We've also got wildebeest, zebra. Let me just scan to see if I'm missing anything.
Wildebeest.
They're coming, Davy, they're coming.
Oh, leopard behind us.
Leopard behind us.
Damn, I just can't get him.
Okay, I'll turn around.
Yeah.
Where, Dove?
Yeah.
He's got it. He's made a kill. I'm going closer. The baboons are going to attack. He's got a kill. I cannot believe this. The baboons are going for him. They're going to chase him away. What did he have, Dove? Oh no, he took one of those ewes. Oh. The baboons are launching for him. Oh, there's a dead lamb. He's dropped the lamb. Oh, I don't know if we're going to get this leopard back for the baboons. Do you know what I'm thinking? The baboons have chased a leopard. Why don't we sit and wait by the lamb? Oh. He's going to come back for that. What do you think, Dove? Can you believe that just happened? Okay, what if we position here? Wow. Wow, that leopard has been there the whole time. And we were too busy watching the impalas all playing. Look, the impalas are coming to see what's happened. I just think the leopards are quite skittish here. If the baboons have chased them away, there's no point in us driving. It's better if we actually just stay completely still and hope that the leopard comes back, because those baboons were... Yeah, the baboons are coming back. Let's just wait. Sometimes... Oh no, the lamb's not dead. Oh, the impalas are coming. Okay, this is a difficult sighting. Joanna, I know, so much action, unexpected. We didn't know the leopard was there, and obviously it was a brief glimpse. We would have had him if not for the baboons. The baboons have really chased him away. I just hope that leopard comes back, because that impala lamb's not dead. Oh. That leopard was watching those impala the whole time. Andy, no, they won't. They won't touch the lamb. Yeah, I can't believe he was just there and we were not looking in that direction. But the baboon, I don't know if he'll come back. The baboons were very angry. Did you see everybody react? I just don't really see the point in us driving up and down this road. What do you think, Dove? Sit and wait. He might come back for it. It's a kill. He wasted his energy. It's fresh. It's untouched. I'm saying he. I don't actually know if it's he, but I'm guessing it is that Madikwe male. It's amazing how the baboons reacted. Earth lover, I know. Whoa. Very unexpected. But we always stop at this part. Not out of laziness, just out of it being a really productive area. It's the exact place we saw the leopard the last time. And whilst we were filming the impalas having fun, he's launched out. And that's when everyone reacted. And obviously the baboons just chased him. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Baboons really chase like that. And they've obviously scared him away. So I don't think there's any point in us trying to find him because he'll be hiding in the thicket. But I think he'll come back for this lamb. And it's obviously not very nice to sit next to the lamb like this, but obviously we want to see the leopard. I think he'll come back. I'm really convinced. And in the bush, you've got to have patience. But that was crazy. Mary Kay, you're saying you knew it was a leopard once you heard the baboons. I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was going on. And luckily, Davy turned around and spotted the leopard. Well done, Dav. This is the third time we've seen a leopard since staying at Tau. Twice live. Not bad. There's a baboon coming. They're coming back now. They're leaving the area. I wonder if they'll go and see the lamb. Is he guarding it? I've never seen anything like this in my career. Why is he sitting next to the lamb? Wow. The baboons will eventually leave. Why is he just sitting there? Rashida, I just said I've never seen anything like this before. I'd never seen baboons chase off a leopard to that extent before. Have you seen that, Dove? Don't think I ever saw that in Juma. And what's happening now? They're obviously waiting for the leopard to come back. They have the knowledge that the leopard has killed the lamb. I'm hoping it's dead now. It was moving a little bit earlier. And they understand he's going to come back for it. And they're waiting. They're waiting till he comes back to chase him off again or attack him. And I've never seen anything like that. I've seen baboons react and bark and shout and sort of really well, be very reactive when a leopard comes. But normally they run up the tree, and that's them. They are shouting their heads off, but they stay out of view. I've never seen it where they chase a leopard and they're now sitting by the dead impala. The leopard might not come back for the impala. I mean, there's a chance he might just leave it. Prairie lamb. It's tough for this leopard because he's residing in an area where there are a lot of eyes and ears and nostrils. A lot. Sandy, any of them? I think the key is in your question. Opportunistic. All predators, really all beings, I would say, are opportunistic on some level, and anything that came across this lamb. Spotted hyena, brown hyena, jackal, pied crow if they could open it, vulture, a lion obviously, wild dogs possibly. I've seen wild dogs eat carrion. It's not common, no, but I have seen it with my own eyes, and they do. Anything that is classified as a predator. If the carcass was open, which I am not sure it is, and obviously the scent of blood is in the air, it will attract a lot. It's very windy today as well. The baboons are leaving, for sure. Slowly, but they are. So I think our best game plan is just to sit and wait. Now, it's not going to be very nice just filming a dead lamb. That's very sad, of course it is. But I think we are in a unique position to just sit here and wait. And just see if the leopard comes back. Did you see what direction he went in, Darby? I just am hesitant to drive because I know that the leopards here are quite skittish. If this was Juma, I probably would drive and see if I could see them, but it's not Juma, and they are skittish. They're known to be, so I think it's important that we just sit tight and stay as quiet as possible and just watch. And that's what Escape to Nature is all about, really. Oh, Davi, look, I don't know if you can see, but there's actually a kudu there as well. Just through the thicket there, do you see the kudu? No wonder the leopard has been skulking around here. I am scanning around with my binos. Everyone's on high alert. Look at this kudu thinking, what just happened? Actually, the baboons have not left. They're right behind us. I don't know if this leopard's coming back anytime soon. Oh, that was a pied crow swoop in the air above. We won't get it because of the roof, but interesting to know there's a pied crow in the scene. Yeah. Because if the baboons are still lurking around, what that means if the leopard comes back, they're just going to chase him again. And he's not going to get a chance to get that kill. He obviously had to drop it. So he knows exactly what he's doing. He's going to wait until the baboons have left. But if there's a kudu to my right, there's impala to my left, there's baboons everywhere, it's going to be tricky. Michelle, I am aware that baboons eat other animals, but I personally just don't think they're going to eat this lamb. I could be wrong, but they so far have shown absolutely no interest. I think their focus is very much on anger right now, on that leopard. I really don't think they're going to eat it. Baboons are omnivores, but I personally don't feel like they're going to come back for this lamb. I don't even think, from what I can see, I think the leopard broke its neck, but I don't think it's open. And I really don't see the baboons coming down to feast on that. But Michelle, I could be wrong. Nature surprises you every day. So I think we just need to wait and see what happens. This is where the waiting really begins. It's interesting, all the impala rams, lambs, sorry, are running behind us without a care in the world. And it's amazing when there is a threat present and when something like this does happen, how the animals do generally tend to forget about it quite quickly. An impala lamb just ran right over the body of the other one there. So they've just it's just over, and that's part of the survival technique. We used to chat in Juma about animals like impala and how their sort of cortisol levels and their stress levels survive an environment like this, where they're constantly alert, constantly on edge, looking around them, smelling, listening, constantly thinking that there might be a predator around. And how do they survive that high level of stress? And it's shown that that's not the case. There may be spikes in stress levels when there's a potential threat looming, but it sort of normalizes, it goes back to neutral very, very quickly, because no organism could survive to be in that high level of stress constantly. You would die. Look what it's doing to the human race. So they sort of measured it, and it's remarkable how quick everything returns back to normal after there's been a scare. It's interesting to think that the predator is just lurking there and we can't see it. probably drive past this leopard a lot. We always drive this road. This is the main road we're using right now to sort of leave our camp and get into the reserve. Okay, now we're gonna sit tight here. Any sign we see of the leopard, we're gonna quick link and our director will be right back with us in seconds. But for now, we are gonna send you over to Liam to say good morning.
Well, a very good morning to you all, folks, and welcome to Kariega, where there's not as much intense action as there has been in Madikwe. Quite something. My name's Liam, and yeah, coming to you live here from a little mud wallow with a very relaxed bunch of buffaloes who've come out to seek a bit of shelter from the heat of the day. And take a little bit of a chill time in this lovely puddle of muddy water. Yeah, that was so quite a bit of excitement over in Madikwe. I mean, I couldn't imagine there to be anything more exciting than to have one of my favorite creatures involved in a dramatic affair. Baboons and leopards and oh wow, quite something. So nice sunny clear day here in Kariega, not a cloud to be seen for now. It's almost a little bit suspicious. I suspect there might perhaps be some weather to come with this shortly after this lovely heat wave. Yeah, so a lot of animals are seeking out a bit of shelter from the sun. I'm in the shade. There's not too many out in the open for now. I suspect there'll be quite a lot of water activity at the water today here at Scotia Waterhole. So yeah, stick around and do send through any of your questions or comments as we go through this little escape to nature today. Now you can see and feel quite a few flies about at the moment. There's quite a lot of flies even around the vehicle. Yeah, Archie, good morning to you too. It certainly is a lovely warm day here in Kariega. That is for sure. The buffalo are definitely quite keen to take a bit of this chill time in some mud. I'm sure there's a rhino or two around, maybe also somewhere wallowing in some mud. But yes, it's a pleasure to be coming to you live, Archie, with this nice little herd of buffalo. Lots of flies around, as I mentioned, particularly since this buffalo herd has arrived. You can see their tails and ears, trying to swat them and keep them at bay. And yeah, it's certainly been keeping the dragonflies busy around here. Some really pretty beautiful red and blue beastly looking dragonflies, and they have been busy scooping up lots of these little flies flying around. And it's nice to see a bit of ecology going on. So whilst there was a fair bit of action over in Madikwe, we had a little bit of action myself here in Kariega. At what first appeared to be, I thought was a vulture flying over it, because it was a very large bird of prey, and ended up flying a bit closer overhead, and it turned out to be a martial eagle, which is quite a lovely record for the area. Martial eagle. It's a very large bird of prey, or eagle, that you get in many of the savannas across southern Africa, and always an absolute treat to come across. So we had a little flyover of an adult martial eagle earlier this morning. It was quite nice. Lots of the birds were making they were chirping in response to its flyover, a little bit put on edge by the large raptor. You can blame them when it is quite a formidable bird of prey, the martial eagle. But the buffalo, of course, were completely unscathed. They didn't even bat an eyelid. Now, another creature that one would often find with a buffalo is an oxpecker, and they are few and far between down here in the Eastern Cape, and many reserves have attempted to reintroduce them. There was yesterday briefly a small flock of about 3 of them that came through. They actually attended this herd of buffalo and then went on to some blesbok and some impala and kept on kind of flipping from herd to herd. It's going to turn you out to this dude with a cheesy grin. Cheese! That is too funny. Now just watch carefully as she might stick her nose into the ground again, possibly, maybe, milady. See how she's kind of scenting the ground there. She's trying to pick up a scent. Oh, sorry, he, young male. Just figured it out. He was just having a good old whiff at what scent was on the ground there. So giving us a nice phlegm grimace. So it's a really nifty bit of behavior that allows a mammal to assess a scent through its I can never get it right. Venemonasal? That funny organ that sits between your mouth and your nose, the one that a snake uses to assess its environment, that one, the Jacobson's organ. So giving that funny grimace opens up the 2 little holes in the roof of the mouth and exposes the air to that organ, and the buffalo is then able to assess that scent in greater detail. You can, if you look at most mammalian skulls and you turn it upside down, you have a look in the palate of the mouth, you can see 2 little holes in them. It's often active in a lot of creatures, some not as much. Like human beings, we don't really use it as much anymore. So we don't pull funny cheesy grins if we smell someone's nice perfume. Oh, unless, she's got a sparkle in her eye. Yeah, it's an interesting little trait that's used to assess scent. Got a herd of eland here that are now on the move. Seems like the eland almost always seem to be following this herd of buffalo. Also tails wagging, ears flitting, trying to keep the masses of flies at bay. So it's probably one of the very important reasons why the dragonflies seem to be attracted to the vehicle. It's quite keeps me entertained in between segments. And it's probably because the vehicle resembles a large mammal. So any large mammal would of course attract a certain number of flies, and then with that the dragonflies that look to hunt them. And boy, do they do it with such speed and accuracy. Really is quite a joy to watch a dragonfly on the hunt. I mean, you're looking at probably one of the first creatures to take to wing that exists in the world, and dragonflies. So they've had a long time to refine their abilities. A couple of kudus in the back there. Looks like they picking up either probably the flowers of that scotia, at least not the ones moving in the foreground. The one in the background that you can see wagging its tail now. I'm going to focus in on that scotia just behind the eland now. There's that one or two kudus under the scotia. So quite a few of these scotia trees are flowering. And they seem not as strongly seasonal as the other member of Scotia, which you'll get further east in southern Africa. And it seems like these Scotia afras are less distinctly seasonal. They kind of spread their flowering out over a longer period, because some are flowering and some are not. Whereas the Scotia brachypetala, which is the other species which exists further east, they're quite strongly seasonal. And it's always a wonder to sit under a scotia and watch all the different sunbirds coming to attend the flowers. So I'd love to hear from you if there's anything you'd love to know, if there's any updates from the field, any notions are open that have yet to be further discussed. I'd love to hear from you, and we can have a conversation. I will be spending quite a fair bit of time today at Scotia Waterhole, where we've got a number of stories that are succeeding each other. One is of the little grebes, who are still around and still attending their nest. It's the sound that you heard just moments ago, is that trilling ventriloquial crescendo, for the better description of the sound they make. So you can see the one just dipped down into the water, and the one on the right hand side, that is our adult pair of little grebes, and they have a little nest on the right hand side of Scotia Waterhole. Now I've been trying to look through these yellow-billed ducks, as you can see just behind them, to see if we can find the 4 little ducklings, and I can't seem to see them. It does deeply concern me. I do hope that they are around somewhere, and their mum is just hiding them away for now. It would be fantastic to be a yellow-billed duck or a little grebe today. Oh, that body of water looks quite attractive, I won't lie. Of course, for those viewers in the Northern Hemisphere, I'm sure you have a very different sense for wanting to jump into a body of water at this point of time. I imagine there to be a fair bit of snow in some parts and some frosty temperatures, potentially even frozen over lakes, maybe. Yeah, a very, very different Christmas we have in the Southern Hemisphere. It's hot and balmy, and summer is here. It's it's the smell of sunscreen and chlorinated swimming pools, all salty ocean air. If you happen to be on the coast, which is even better. So yeah, it's board shorts, flip flops, nice warm, not so snowy, frosty weather during Christmas. So there's definitely been a massive growth of vegetation here on Scotia in the last weeks, and I think with the heat, I would suspect it to be the heat, because the water has stayed the same. I suspect the heat, and maybe the fact that there's been a bit of rain. A large amount of nitrates might have entered this waterhole, but the plants, the water aquatic plants, have grown tremendously in the last 2 weeks. I mean, sure, 2 weeks ago most of Scotia Waterhole was quite open water, but now you can see there's a small limited area in the center. So you probably find that the plants inside this waterhole have received some sort of energetic charge and have grown tremendously in a short space of time. It's almost as if we need a nice big herd of hippos to come through and munch away at some of the aquatic grass. zebras accessing this little bit of island. Always nice fresh green grass on this little island. You can imagine with the amount of water that it receives, there's almost always fresh growth. Hey Tim, yeah, as a matter of fact I have seen some cormorants of late. There is in fact one in the water as we speak. So let's go and have a look and see what it's up to. I thought it was somewhere in this section here amongst these yellow-billed ducks. So there's the little grebe. Some of the ducks. It was certainly about this morning. Just want to see and let's try and find it for you, Tim. So, well, I can't seem to see it right now. When I find it, there it is. There it is. I've got it. So it often goes and sits up in that scotia tree. And he just caught a frog and ate it. Good catch, buddy. Right on time. Probably going to go up onto the bank and maybe sun itself a little bit, maybe, perhaps. There's a little bit of a bath going on in the back there behind the grass, and boom, found his nice position, and will probably sun itself to help digest its recently acquired meal. This is the same young cormorant that has hung around here over the last few months. So that's an interesting little bit of behavior. You can see that flapping of the wings. It's got a number of purposes, it's said. So not only does it get rid of a lot of the moisture on the wings by shaking them out, but that activity of the wings as it flaps like that is said to warm up the chest muscle. So there's either side of what is known as the keel bone. So that's your sternum. So on birds, if you feel a bit on your chest, there's the sternum. On birds, they've got something called the keel, and it's a protruding bone that sticks out. It's a long, flat, wide bone, and that's where the most of the bird's flight muscles are situated. So on its pectorals, on its chest. And when it flaps its wings like that, obviously it warms up those muscles. And it's said that the warming of those muscles, because it's quite close to the stomach, aids in certain digestive processes. Just helps to digest it, or assimilate its food better. It might also help position its prey or food and bodily organs in a nice, comfortable way too. But yes, a little bit of wind flapping to get into a comfortable position.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
nice to see him.
This is an unbelievable afternoon.
So there's just checking here, there's in fact three coastal cormorant species that we have. It's the crowned, the bank and the cape. Now the crowned cormorant looks very similar to this little chap here, this little reed or long-tailed cormorant. And so one has to be careful when moving from freshwater to saltwater to not mix these two up. But the other two, the cape and the bank cormorant, are significantly larger, and the bank cormorant is an endangered species, and like so many ocean birds, they're under pressure from competition for ocean resources such as fish. Another threat to many of these coastal birds is their breeding sites. So development along coastlines, or in some instances places where they roost. Where people go and collect guano for agricultural uses. So yeah, there's lots of interesting things to learn about cormorants, but let's save some of that for later, and let's go and get an update and see what's happening in Madikwe.
Sadly, I can't give you an update on the impala because the situation remains unchanged. We are still sitting here. We pulled the vehicle much further back, and zebra have wandered past. There is an impala way, way in the distance, very far away. It's a ram that he's been standing there for quite a while now and not moved. That always suggests that they're alert, they're aware of something, but they aren't quite sure. He's not alarm calling. He's not really looking in one specific direction, but he hasn't moved. This is a tricky one because obviously we don't want to sit here and show you a dead lamb, but there could be a huge male leopard there that we could get the chance to see. Oh, Davy, there's an illy. We've been paying so much attention to the lamb. So again, we're just sitting tight. Behind the pole. Don't really want to move the car at this stage. Again, everyone, there's a chance the leopard just might not return. We sort of don't know the leopards here as intimately as we do in Djuma. And the leopard may just feel it's not worth his chance. There are plenty more lambs. There are plenty more opportunities. Or they're just resting, because they have just executed a kill. And even if it was an easy one, it still takes up a lot of their energy. So I think we're just going to bide our time a little bit longer. As you can see, we have got zebra. There is an elephant there, although it's behind the pole. There is a lot of life around us, and I think it's just really important to try and follow the story. What a morning. It was just chaos. David, good question. I think what the leopard would do would be to take it behind us up the rocky outcrop. So right behind us is sort of a hill. I'm not sure if we can show you it or not, most likely not, where there are tall trees. It's also very dense, and I think that's his lair, that's his kingdom. It goes all the way up, filled with rocks, and if you look at the trees, they're much higher there. So I believe the leopard's intention was to launch out, grab an impala, and take it back up there. I obviously don't know what the leopard was thinking, but that's what I feel it was going to do. There's not really tall trees here. I mean, there are a few, but not leopard trees, if you like, David. So I think he was trying to go up there. But obviously the baboons came and they just completely ruined everything. They really chased him. Ah! Well done, Davy. You found the one tall tree next to the power line. Great work. Can you find us a leopard now, please?
I was hoping he was in it.
Davy was hoping the leopard was in it. No, he's not. He's not going to run that far, that's for sure. But good effort. A for effort, Dav. Now we just need to find a leopard. And you know, the longer we sit here, I know I'm talking, but once our presence just sort of becomes very monotonous and drains into the background, it'll become a lot more relaxed as well. The more we turn on the engine, move the car, turn on the engine, move the car, it creates disruption in our presence. So we're just going to stay a little bit longer. Wait with the pace of nature. I'd love to see him. I'd love to see him this close. We saw him in this very rocky outcrop that we just showed you a few days ago now. But obviously it was quite a long distance visual. But apparently another vehicle had him the other day and he came quite close to the vehicle. So it's not the case that, you know, he's not going to come because we are here. So let's just wait and see how it plays out. It's amazing. Yesterday we were in the open grasslands, which is the perfect terrain for cheetah. We had cheetah. And today we're in the sort of densely packed shrubbery with rocky outcrops. Perfect location for a leopard. And we've got a leopard somewhere. I just keep scanning. I think there was just far too much around to give him away. If he moves, he risks someone spotting him, alarm calling, and then it's trouble again. Jewel, I only know one that has a name, and that's Munye. Quite an iconic, very relaxed leopard here, and we actually had him for you one day long ago, but no signal, I'm afraid. So that story is that. And he's really relaxed. I mean, he was right next to our vehicle on a kill, and he's a big boy, an old boy. As far as I know, other than that, they don't have names because they are quite skittish. I've been calling this boy the Madikwe male, but I mean, I don't think that's his name. I think Munye is more of a this guy is. So as far as I know, they don't. They will be all monitored by the sort of predator project here. They will have identified them, but I just don't believe they have names like they do in Juma, Tungana, Tlalamba, Tandi, Shudulu, etc. But they will be identified. There are lots of camera trap and motion sensor cameras all around Madikwe. It's nice. Wherever you drive, you see these cameras. It's obviously been monitored. The reserve has been monitored by various different researchers. Rolo, you want the baboons back? I don't want the baboons back, because if the baboons come back, the leopard won't come back. The baboons probably are behind us, but I don't want them to come back. I love baboons, but I want to see this leopard. We need this area that we're looking at to be completely void of everybody. I mean, there are zebra in the distance, but we can't have impala and kudu and baboons here, or I'm convinced they won't come back. So I don't want the baboons back right now, Rolo. They've probably long forgotten about that incident. They probably think they've done their part, they've chased away the leopard, and that is that. But I know leopards. I spent a long, long time with leopards, and I know that they bide their time. So I'm hoping that that's what this boy is doing. We are just sitting waiting. Luckily we've got zebra to look at long in the distance. Well, we've got our patience pants on, hoping that we can see the leopard. So I think let's just for a moment or two sit and listen. You'd be surprised at what you can hear when you actually just sit and listen to the wonderful sounds of the bush. nothing so far. It's always worth just sitting, listening. Frollo, you're saying your comment actually meant that the leopard wants payback on the baboons. Okay, that's definitely not the comment I got. Apologies. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. I think he just wants his lamb. It's not easy to launch out of the thicket. These lambs are fast and springy and alert. And okay, they're a lot younger with less experience, but it's not easy. And he made that attack. He's killed it. It's definitely dead now. And it's just gone to waste. I think he just wants his lambs. I think there will eternally be a sort of rivalry between baboons and leopards. No matter how much our land changes through evolution, I don't think that will ever change. So I am sure that is the case. Leopard lover, you're saying you think it's safe that we can identify the Madikwe rock male. Is that the actual identification? Or should we identify them that? Sorry, it's not clear. We can definitely call him the Madikwe rock male because he's always on the rocks. I think that's where you're going with that. We should identify him. Okay, Madikwe rock male, you're on, leopard lover. That's what we'll call him. Not officially, but that's what Wild Earth will call him. I agree. He's a rock star and he's always on the rocks. In my career, underwater and on land, patience has always paid off. It has. So I think that's the route I'm definitely going to take for today. Let's just put those patience bands on and really just sit and wait. And if it doesn't pay off, it doesn't pay off. But in my experience, it always does. That wind is really picking up now too. It's not warm today at all. Okay, we're gonna sit tight here. Hopefully we see some spots soon of the Madikwe rock male, but we are gonna send you guys back over to Djuma.
Lauren had with that leopard that ran down that impala lamb. But and as well as the baboons coming there and also kind of doing what baboons usually do. And I have seen that before. I've seen it funny enough, with Karula. I got to see Karula actually making a kill just south of Twin Dams a few years ago. And of course, when she made the kill, the baboons there next to the Molawati side actually chased her off that kill, and she bolted away. So that was absolutely amazing. All right, well, from the Djuma camp, let's see what's happening there up in Namibia at Okokweyo Pan. See if we got anything exciting. At Okokweyo Pan, definitely got some springbuck that's just drinking around there, and of course a nice herd of zebra. But coming back towards the sort of sighting that Lauren had now with that leopard that grabbed that impala lamb and got chased off by the baboons. And baboons are like that, that's the thing. I always find that baboons and leopards, they are your internal enemies. They are the ones that really do not like each other, because they share the same treetops, and they share, the riverines and the drainage lines, and there's always encounters like that. And sometimes you'll find the baboons always, definitely, or like now with Lauren Net Madikwe, always spoil the hunt. But definitely, I think Lauren's doing a good thing, just hanging back there, and I'm sure that that male leopard will come back for its kill, which would be brilliant. But yes, coming towards Okokweyo, as you can see, it's not as hot as the last 2 days. 2 days ago and yesterday was very hot. It was up to 37, 38 degrees Celsius, blue skies. This morning at Okokweyo, it seems like there's a lot of cloud cover. We had a little bit of a rain just now, and it seems like it's not a scorcher. But yeah, definitely nice just watching these springbucks coming down. I'm just also enjoying these antelopes, and it's nice to see an antelope that's actually got, when it comes to males and females, both of them pretty much having the horns. And sometimes it's quite difficult for myself. I'm still trying to get used to these springbucks and exactly which ones are your males and which ones are your females. But definitely the males are, one thing I can say, the males is larger than the female. We've got some zebras. Also looking around here at this Colcrete area, it was quite interesting yesterday finding that a lot of these wildebeest and the zebras, they were feeding a little bit further up with this Colcrete, not close to where the pan is itself, but a little bit further up towards the tree line. And I'm wondering if there's not a couple of areas that's actually got nice sweet grass that's coming through, little shoots that they're actually feeding on. Because they definitely spend some time around that area and concentrate on grazing in those little open clearings. And I can imagine as well, with a lot of the salt pans around and the soil types, I'm sure that a lot of these little grasses that come through here is very, very palatable. And I think that's exactly why a lot of these antelope, zebras and wildebeest are all kind of hang around that in the further back end of the pan to feed on that nice sweet grass. It looks like I've got some some impala coming down. I saw Taylor there at Djuma this morning, had absolutely a beautiful herd of impalas. Definitely nice to also get to see them just all standing up, all bundled up, and having the whole entire screen filled with impalas. And as always, we've got a little grebes, not the little grebe, but the black-necked grebes. That's still once again inside the water. But I'm just going to try and see if I can get some nice birding here. I can see a lot of the quilias, all these little birds that's fluttering around here, all the red-billed quilias. Nice to see them around this side as well. So many. And I know that the quilias are pretty, and they do congregate in thousands and thousands. But unfortunately, sometimes with the Aquilias, they'll end up going to crops, farmers on the outskirts, and they can actually do a lot of devastation to the crops itself. And if that does happen, then farmers could lose a crop easy in a day. So, fortunately, the Aquilias are beautiful, but they can also be quite a menace for the farmers around the areas. And what they started doing, actually, the farmers used to start grabbing these big nets, and as soon as those big flocks of Aquilias come through to the crops to try and sit and feed on all the little seeds and that from the crops itself, and the farmers will shoot these big nets up to kind of just like capture the entire lot and try and then take them away from the area. So I'm not too sure what they do with them, but it's just one way to protect your life, your livelihood. Jacob, yeah, definitely they look like a swarm of locusts. I think the funniest thing about that Jacob is that how when they always fly together like that, once again, of course, just sticking together and making sure they're not going to be too vulnerable for any kind of birds of prey, and as well as then move together as one. But as well as another thing Ben mentioned the other day, which was very very fascinating and actually funny, because he was trying to put some music to the red-billed Aquilias when they do fly in those huge flocks, and it looks like a cloud and it looks like it's dancing in the sky. It felt like you can actually put something to it, like a good old Mozart or Beethoven, into that flying pattern. Right, I'm just gonna, as you can see, those two little black-necked grebes going under, back and forth. And I'm just gonna look a little bit along the shoreline here. Oh, what have we got here? Definitely saw. Oh, we got a little wagtail. Which wagtail is that? A little pied wagtail. I'm trying to get in a little bit closer. Oh, where am I? No, they're all gone. Anyway, I'm sure it looked like a wagtail. Clearly, that's why I am not a cam op, because my camera work is shocking. I think maybe I don't have the smooth motion. No.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
a jackal. Well, black-backed jackals. A little skulking around the back end. And moving right. Quick. It was nice to see them coming down as well in the early morning. Nice and fresh, not too hot. As well, just coming down to see if there's any potential prey that it can maybe feed on, or maybe a glass of water. I love how they run the jackal, almost like a little bit of a hip skip and a jump movement. I wonder if he's going to coming towards his zebras. I wonder if they're going to get a bit of a fright if they see this little one approaching them. So far they haven't noticed anything. And here he comes. A big bird of prey at the back end. Oh no, it's two crows. So it's two Cape crows in the back end. Looks like one huge bird that's sitting on a dead log there. Ooh. Let's see, they still haven't noticed anything. They're skulking behind them. Sneaky. I wonder if he's just going to try and move past from them. And of course, not hunting them, too large. Definitely not on his menu. Or it could be on his menu if they were dead, but I think for hunting. Oh, this one's going to notice. Not too interested, just moving away. Fuck yeah, let me just move away from there. Matt, you say a pretty little fellow. Busy little fella. Thanks, Max. Yes, Matt, definitely. They are very busy. I always watch, when you watch jackal, they'll hardly ever keep still. Late afternoons, early mornings, of course, at night time. They are so active, so busy. And always, bouncing around and moving and looking for any potential things that they can, take down. Of course, the springbok is too large. That's definitely a jackal won't be too interested in that. Oh, he's getting surrounded now by the gemsbok that's coming down as well. I don't think this jackal's going to hang around too long. And he's moving. Let's see. I think he's feeling a little bit vulnerable with all these big animals around here. Oh, here comes the second one. I think the mate of this one. Let's see what happens here. These two gemsbok, is it? Oh, nice. Alright, well, looks like they don't really mind each other. We'll have a drink together. Gemsbok and a jackal. What? All in harmony. Oh, that is so cute. Look at that. There we go. Everybody is very happy. Clearly the gemsbok did not feel threatened at all. He came down there, just wanted to get to the pan. But yes, I was definitely jealous of Lauren's fantastic sighting that she had at Madikwe. I think that was fantastic to see that leopard come out with a young impala. And maybe she'll see the leopard coming back. You never know. Maybe she'll see a hyena, maybe brown hyena, maybe a jackal. Well, that gemsbok was not happy with that one. He's like, no, you overstayed your... Oh, where am I going? Overstayed your welcome. He's like... Yes, Zach, definitely. I think the nocturnal side of things, you always hear jackals calling at night time. You hardly ever hear them during daytime, midday. You actually hardly ever see them really moving too much during the daytime. But then again, on top of that is I have seen them early mornings moving, following lions, and even sometimes following wild dogs or even hyenas. Sometimes they'll follow them. That's why they call him a skulk of jackals, skulking in the background and just checking if there is going to be any opportunity after the bigger predators will make a kill and then push off, that the jackal will maybe be lucky with a little bit of scraps that's going to be around from those predators. But yeah, nocturnals definitely. I always remember sitting in the boma at one of the lodges, and every single night we would hear these jackals calling. And it's an airy call, and it's very airy, but it's a beautiful call. I absolutely love their calls. And the same as those side-striped jackal. The side-striped jackal's got that it's called, compared to your blackback jackal, where it's kind of more drawn out with the call. And both of them are absolutely lovely. And of course the side-striped jackal, about 2 kgs heavier and bigger than a blackback jackals. I think blackback jackal's about 11 kgs, where your side-striped jackal's about 13, 14 kgs. So let's see where this one's going. I don't know where the second one has gone to. I'm sure that second jackal must be lurking somewhere in the background. And the monogamous as well, so of course you'll find the male and the female very much will try and stick as partners and have their little pups, usually in the termite mounds or little dugout areas, and have the little pups inside there. But I got to see beautiful side-striped jackal pups in the northern Sabi Sands a few years ago. And they were absolutely so gorgeous. And the cutest little faces around. But what young animal's face is not cute? All very much so cute. Alright, looks like that one's going off. Alright, I am going to try and zoom out, see if I can get this right. And there goes the other one. Alright, the other one's following suit there, so the two have decided to move away from the pan. And they do this many times. You'll find it, especially your blackback jackal. You'll find them many times in these big open clearings. So like Namibia area, like Etosha, definitely ideal spot for them. There with Lauren and Madikra as well. Nice big clearings. And a perfect kind of habitat for your jackal. So in the Sabi Sands at Djuma itself, we've got too much woodlands, woody areas, and you don't see too many of them that side. I'm just keeping my eye on them. You never know. Now we see one that's all of a sudden decided to hunt something in. So just like the wild dogs, the the foxes, the wolves, all part of the Canidae family, canines. All under the same order there. Alright, I don't think I'm going to try and zoom in too much outside, because I know that my zooming abilities is shocking. I'm just going to scan. I'm hoping for a good old black rhino coming down. Yesterday we were very fortunate. We had like some two beautiful, we had a female coming down first of all, and then after that, wasn't too long after that, we had a beautiful young male black rhino coming down for a drink. So I'm hoping that we are going to be lucky again for this afternoon or for this morning. Alright, then we'll once again try and get close to the sides. Let's see if I can get some nice birds around here again. Definitely kind of enjoy Namibian birds. Sometimes they get a few different species around here that I haven't seen before. Definitely one of them has been, I think it was yesterday or the day before, we got to see the Namakwa sand grouse, which I have never seen in my life. So yeah, oh, no, wrong one. Let's go back that way. But, well, clearly I have seen the Egyptian geese many times. That is a fairly common bird around most of these watering holes, from here all the way through to Djuma, all the way down to the Eastern Cape, Western Cape. Alright, I'm just going to scan this area just to see if I've got any little birds that's coming down for a drink. I can't see too much. I might head towards the rockier area. We've got a couple of Cape Crows that's also joining the party here with a lot of Aquilias back and forth. These Cape Crows are completely black. There's no other white color, anything into them. It's just it's a black crow, a Cape Crow. Nice to see them around this side as well. Donna, yes, definitely. I think what happened is, for instance, I'm sure there has been a story that has been told there in the Sabi Sands, and why there's so many Egyptian geese up the river, up this the Sand River, for instance. There was one of the farmers around that area was actually breeding Egyptian geese for many years, and eventually what happened is that. And there was no Egyptian geese in that area. Nothing. I mean, like the Sand River, up to where we are, there was absolutely nothing. I'm talking about this is maybe 40, 50 years ago. And this farmer was actually breeding Egyptian geese. And what happened around that area is eventually he decided to release those geese. He did not want to have them around anymore. They became too noisy. They were breeding too rapidly. And he decided to not... keep them anymore, and he released them. And once he released them, he realized that the Egyptian geese is a bird that was really kind of adaptable to many kind of areas, and that's why they adapted themselves to the entire Sand River, down to the Sabi River, into the Kruger, into that entire area. And yes, that's exactly, so they did become quite invasive around that side. You even look down towards the Crocodile River as well, same situation, same scenario. And of course, a lot of this happened many years ago. And I think maybe one day if you see, I'm sure maybe this afternoon, I know Rexon will be on drive. Let's talk to Rexon about that, because Rexon has been living in that area for so many years, and he knows exactly that whole story as well. So it's quite interesting to see where those Egyptian geese do come from. I'm not too sure here in Namibia. I'm not 100% how they kind of populated in this area, but not as, I can say, not as abundant as the ones there in the Sabi Sands or in the Greater Kruger Park. Let's put it in more of a general side of things into the Greater Kruger Park. So yes. And they can be loud, very noisy. I know that when I was, as I said, I was staying in a place called Marloth Park, southern side of Kruger Park, for many years, and we stayed along the Crocodile River, and those Egyptian geese would go the entire day, almost even in the night times, most of them, especially when it's breeding season and they're chasing each other around. And they are very noisy birds. But we've only got the single one here at the moment. Yeah. I've just got this little song in my head for him now, but I don't want to sing it. Angie, I'm not too sure. I'm sure there is definitely certain birds that actually, took a little bit of a back end of when these Egyptian geese did come through. I'm sure other water birds, especially water birds, because the Egyptian geese pretty much hangs around the rivers, the dams most times, and I think maybe that could be maybe other ducks, maybe other I can say smaller birds around the river areas could have taken a little bit of a knock due to the boom of Egyptian geese, because it's always the same. It's like no matter what, if you're gonna have, there is always a reaction with an action. So I'm sure that could have played a part with certain bird species dropping in numbers. But I'm not too sure exactly which birds. I won't kind of really put on a species, but I'm sure there has been certain things that's taken a knock from that. Clearly the springbok is not taking any knock. He is just deciding to continue as well. He's like, well, he doesn't care about that. Geese. Well, the Egyptian geese looks like it is fast asleep. It decided to tuck its head in and sleep. Keeping a little bit cool. As I said, it seems like a cooler day to Kikuyu, so you can see this geese is definitely not in any mood to expose its beak and its face, and it's nice and warm in those breast feathers. Yes, as you know, it is 12 days to Christmas. I think today is day 9 of bingo for the festival bingo boards, and it is it's getting quite tricky with some of those boards for the time being. I think I had my imaginary bingo board yesterday or last night, and I was just playing my own little bingo game in my head here on Dam Cam. But yes, it is 12 days of Christmas, and we will be playing bingo every afternoon on our Sunset Safari till Christmas Day. And on Christmas Day, we will announce the king of the bingo game. So yes, definitely stay tuned for those ones. And as I said, you know me, I'm quite the bingo enthusiast. So, but as I said, I'll play my imaginary bingo for the time being. I don't think too many people. I don't know how the boards went last night. I think the boards went a little bit slow last night. I think it was getting a bit tough due to weather-wise as well. I think the weather can definitely play a huge role. Sometimes you've got a very rainy, windy, miserable day. Sometimes finding things could be quite tricky, especially if you're looking for something like a slithering lizard on a cold day, a rainy day. Well, good luck on that one. Some nice more kudu coming down this side. So nice kudu, nice gemsbok in the area as well. I love just taking a look around. So somebody asked me about the ages of what antelope can pretty much get to an old age, like a fairly high age. And I thought, well, I looked and it's actually gemsbok can get from 15 to 20 years old. So that's how old a gemsbok can get to, and that's a wild gemsbok. Eland as well. Elands are big antelopes. They can also get up to around about 20 to 25 years old. I thought it was around about maybe 10 to 15. I took 15 as my maximum. But yes, nice to know that these antelopes can get to a good old age. But they are absolutely stunning. Beautiful straight horns on them. Sorry Max, I did not copy anything. I just said to her Toto. So. Yeah, Toto. Yes, no, definitely. It is strange that Egyptian geese don't exhaust themselves from with honking. You can imagine them continuously making that noise. I would exhaust myself. I think even if I had to listen to myself honk like Egyptian geese for 10 minutes, I think I would be over it. It will be too much for me. And for them, it just seems like it's a continuous thing. Well, not for this one. This Egyptian geese seems like he's definitely not honking at all for any reasons. Yeah, but he's not getting threatened by any other Egyptian geese. So clearly, there's Namibia side. I don't think it is as abundant as coming down towards Southern African side, like towards South Africa's side, to the bigger rivers, towards Kruger Park. And there, your numbers are huge. And I know Western Cape as well. I think the Western Cape has got quite a few Egyptian geese that side. Little blacksmith tapping his volume. Let's try and get closer to the water. Alright, we'll still be at El Coquillo Pan. Definitely will not be moving anywhere from here. Let's head over to the northwest with Lauren. Let's see if anything has changed up there with Hercule.
We're still sitting in the same spot. No change. But we have got some zebras in the distance, which is nice. So at least we can sort of look at them for a while. But what's fascinating when you do a stakeout like this is it literally is a stakeout. You're trying to just become part of the environment, part of nature. Stay quiet, stay still, watch, listen, smell, feel. You sort of fit right into that poetic science I've been talking about, that is ecology, which is not really a science. By being part of the environment. Now we're still in a vehicle, it's not natural at all, but we're trying just to fit in, and we're so desperately want to see this leopard that we're trying to tune into all of our senses, pay attention, where could he be? We've been watching one zebra who's actually wandered off now, because this zebra was staring very intently in one direction, then an impala walked past, and you're trying to really immerse yourself in the moment. Now, of course, there are so many things that I am missing that I won't be able to smell or hear or see. Absolutely, I'm human. But you're trying, and it's that activity of actively trying to be part of nature, that whole think like a mountain concept. And at the end of the day, if a leopard doesn't come back, then he's just not come back. And that's another part of our learning about this Madikwe rock leopard. I love it. Maybe he'll never come back. Maybe it will take some real scavengers to come and have to open this carcass. The pied crows know this carcass is here. They've been swooping down, looking at it. They'll have good vision, but they know it's not open. They'll assess the scene for a long time before they'll swoop on the ground. Their beaks are big and strong, but they're not sharp enough to probably slice open a carcass. So the pied crows are already aware, and we've realized that. But because the scent of blood is not in the air, I'm afraid I don't think we're going to see any scavengers just yet. But it'll be interesting to see what is going to happen, and it's just the story. Something's going to happen. If it's not the leopard, then it will be a jackal or a hyena or something's going to come along, that's for sure. When? We don't know. There's that interesting concept of time. What even is time? It's a human construct that we designed. Some humans are very fixated on time, some more so than others. I bought a wonderful book about time, but it just got so heavy and complicated that my brain just thought, whoa, I need to stop this for a while. But the natural ebb and flow of the landscape, something will happen. Death is a really crucial part in the wild. And as sad as it is sad. We're obviously allowing our emotions to take over, but it's really crucial. It's crucial on so many levels. It's part of the nutrient cycle, the carbon cycle. That impala will get eaten because it's survival. It's survival of the fittest out here. Although food is very plentiful right now, still, anything that can, any sort of organism that really does eat meat, I know baboons sometimes do, but they really are sort of carnivores, are going to seize this opportunity. And then the insects will arrive. Decomposition will start. Then once the first scavenger leaves, other scavengers are going to come in. Aerial scavengers are going to swoop down. Franklins were getting a bit noisy there, so I was just listening. It's not just the impala, the kudu, and the baboons that are going to give the game away. Sometimes we forget about the birds. They will also give the game away if they see a predator. It's really important just to listen. But yeah, just going back to what I was saying, it's believed that the nutrients stored within a body, every body is full of nutrients. We're pumped to the maximum with nutrients. And the nutrients stored in a carcass actually recycle faster when there are lots of scavengers in an ecosystem. So scavengers are so important, and I hate the bad reputation they get sometimes. It really upsets me. They are crucial to any ecosystem, albeit the ocean, African savanna, rainforest, wherever you are, there will be scavengers, even in the likes of the UK. And they are absolutely crucial. They will sort of recycle the nutrients faster, meaning they're released from the body, from the carcass, and then they'll go into the ground. And that's really, really crucial. They can also disperse nutrients over much larger areas, from their feces and dragging the carcass and taking bits and moving it here. They're actually dispersing the nutrients. And once those nutrients are in the soil, they're available. They're readily available. They nourish the soil. They're available to plants. New vegetation can grow. Once the plants and the vegetation start to grow, then they're available to the herbivores. And it's just this incredible cycle that is often overlooked because it's not visible. And humans are visible. Visual, sorry. Humans are visual, which means we rely on the visible. not think I would ever face my fears like this. The zebras are disappearing. I think what we should do is take a vote. Should I stay and just wait this out, and what happens, happens? He might appear, he might not appear. Or should we bumble? Should we go? Should I stay or should I go now? You guys tell me, what should we do? I'm up for either. I just know leopards, and I know that they take their time. It does not want to encounter those baboons again. Baboons are dangerous, the size of their canines, and that wasn't just one baboon, that was a troop that all launched after him. They could kill him. So maybe he won't risk his life coming back here, and maybe he'll just let it go. As sometimes what leopards do, especially in areas like the Sabi Sands, where there's a really high density of spotted hyenas, really interesting relationship between those two species. I always wanted to study it. I thought if I was going to do a PhD, it would be on that. But to go back into academia, oh my goodness, I'm not sure I could do that. But leopards will let it go. If a hyena comes and the hyena's big and strong, like Rib Robs, like good old Ribbon, they'll just let it go. Let it be. Keep themselves safe, move on, and eventually when they've got enough energy and the moment's right, they'll just make another kill. So potentially that could happen here. He's just going to let it go. And if you were on a game drive right now, everyone would have left. There's no way a guide would stay here just looking at a dead impala for this long. So therefore, we have the advantage of being able to stay and really finish a story. But is that vote on the go, MC? Are we voting? Should I stay? Should I go? Leopard lover, the baboons went behind us. So I can't actually see them right now. They're either up the mountain or they're still hanging around. I don't see them. Okay, Davi's saying they're there. He's got a bit of a better vantage point than I have, but they're far behind us. And they'll be over it. They did their job. They scared away the threat. They scared away the predator. Maybe the baboons, because they are still in the vicinity, they are far away, but still, maybe I just will not risk it. Darcy Miller, Colleen,
I think it was Colleen and someone else.
and someone else. Leopard lover, of course. I could have guessed that one. And there was a fourth one, I just missed it. Baobab girl. Okay, Baobab girl. So the four of you want me to stay. Alrighty. You guys are the boss. Colleen, Darcy Miller, Baobab girl, and Leopard lover. I also think I should stay. And if by the end nothing's happened, we'll obviously be out for sunset, and we will drive this road because we always drive this road. And we are generally the first vehicle out. We start earlier than normal game drive, so we will come here and just see. Even if a hyena arrived, that would make my heart so happy, but I think all of you know that. Just shows you how fast things happen in nature. We were literally sitting here watching the lambs get a lesson, and I really wanted to show you that. It really looked like a lesson to me. And I find the sort of topic of teaching in the animal kingdom a really fascinating topic, because it was believed for a long time that animals do not teach. And yes, they don't stand in front of a blackboard with a piece of chalk and teach. No, they don't. But there's so many different ways to teach, and there are so many different ways to learn. And we were just watching this whole thing take place, and obviously the leopard was watching too. And it's just amazing how quick it happened and how quickly it was all over. The ebb and flow of time in the bush is something that's always fascinated me. I guess in any environment, not just the bush. Crystal, I know. Tell me about it. You're saying this is the most surprising sighting. Hi, Crystal. Yes, I know. We just came out, no expectations. I really, even in Juma, I try not to have expectations. And we came to the hot spot, and it all just kicked off. And that's why we may be leaving the northwest corner tomorrow, which is very sad. We may be going back to the east. I personally love it up here. And yeah, to see a leopard today has just been really, really special. It was very brief. I know it was brief, but it was just action-packed. And I think we definitely won't see a leopard when back in the east, I don't think. I mean, Madikwe is so vast. I'm sure different people, I've got an elephant here, enjoy different parts of Madikwe. It offers so much in different areas. I definitely love it up here. There we go. There's the elephant. I wasn't imagining it. We just have a pole in the way. See, even when you do just sit and wait, the animals come, the animals move. People, especially me, sometimes struggle with patience. It's difficult to sit still. But sometimes you just should. I think this Ellie's been digging in at the soil site where everyone's getting their magic beans from. This area, every single organism that we see comes and eats the soil. Geophagia. All of them. Elephants too. And the muddy tusks give that away. Elephant, if you see a leopard on your travels, will you let him know that he should come this way? You will? Oh, okay, thank you. One thing I do love about Madikwe is you get this landscape. You would not get this in the Lowveld. This elephant is taller than the trees. And we can see for miles. It's such good vision, especially in winter, obviously. Whereas in really thick areas with sort of really tall trees, you would just lose an animal. But here, he is taller than the shrubbery. Oh my goodness! Did you copy that, Darby? Oh my goodness! Okay, a big thank you to S. Green, I believe, who clearly has eagle eyes, and it was not a leopard. It was a cheetah. I didn't have any visual whatsoever. It was naturally really quick, but apparently it was not a leopard. I am really shocked. I am really, really shocked because this is very much as Leopard Lover has so kindly named him, the Madikwe Rock Males territory. This is leopard territory. Wow, okay, that puts a bit of a different spin on things. Okay, our AMC are going to send me screenshots and I can't wait to see them. A cheetah. Well, it just shows you that the same reaction was caused with all the impala, the wildebeest, baboons. Cheetahs would definitely run. I don't think the cheetah will come back then. Amazing. That changes so much of the dynamics to the story. An ever unfolding story. I think a cheetah would just run, especially from baboons. Leopards return and then they hoist. I don't think a cheetah would. Maybe the leopard will come now to take the poor lamb. S Green, how you did that, I do not know. Oh, now I'm not sure it is worth staying. AMC, where are these screenshots? I'm desperate to see them. Oh, sure, I'm going to receive them shortly. Okay. Wow. It makes sense why they're not coming back. I guess we've been sitting waiting for maybe about an hour now. I think a leopard would return, but honestly, I don't think a cheetah would. But that doesn't mean the scavengers are not going to come. They're definitely going to come. But remember, it's only 11 in the morning. And if that scent is not in the air, then no one's nostrils are going to be picking it up, really. Scavengers don't just sort of stumble upon things, really. I mean, maybe occasionally they do, but they find it through their nose. They stumble across the scent really far away, and then they know. My goodness, I'm looking at the screenshots, everyone. Bear with me. Oh, yes. Well done, S Green, whoever you are. I wonder then if we maybe bumble this way, we might actually spot the cheetah. The cheetahs here are fairly relaxed. It's the leopards that are not. I'm shocked. But I love the fact that the story is still unfolding. But I do think my gut is telling me that a cheetah wouldn't come back. I could be wrong. You've sometimes just got to follow your gut out here. But now I wonder if we just drive along the road, we might actually just spot the cheetah resting. Davi, what do you think? Davi agrees. We may not. Obviously, it's been a substantial amount of time now. A cheetah. Magone?
With a K.
Makone. What a beautiful name. And yes, a completely natural experience. That's actually what I love so much about Wild Earth. That it's not one of these shiny, polished documentaries where... And they're wonderful, great documentaries to watch, but they're so edited and polished. And even in some of the most famous documentaries, I'm not going to name them, they don't even follow the same character, but they pretend it is. So they pretend they're following a family of wild dogs, but if you have the eye, which we naturalists do, it's not even the same family of wild dogs, which is terrible. But with Wild Earth, it just happens as it happens. Oh, my goodness. Let's see if I can get away from the stump. And things go wrong, things don't happen, but you're right, it's a completely natural experience. You are literally sitting here with us, part of the journey, giving your inputs and your opinions, and we also don't know what's going to happen. I didn't know it was a leopard. I saw a flash of a cat and I assumed it was a leopard. Oh, poor wee lad. Also makes sense why the cheetah dropped it, I guess. Cheetahs need to be light. In order to really run at speed to get away, they can't be weighed down. And carrying a lamb in your mouth is going to weigh you down. Now I'm just going to drive really slowly, just in case. And look at that lovely burrow system. I wonder what lives in there. Maybe all those wart piglets we saw. In a natural experience, we rely on you guys. You can go back and look at that footage. Darcy Miller, spot on. We're already moving on. See, it just changes the dynamics of everything, and that's why understanding animal behavior is such a big part in what we do. Because if it was a leopard, I honestly would have stayed. I would have stayed right until the end of the show, and I would have returned again at the end. But now knowing that it's a cheetah, and I've had a look at the photos and it definitely is, I now don't think that cheetah will return. I could be wrong, but my gut is telling me a cheetah wouldn't return. They just run, they flee, because they are said to be the sort of lesser cat. They don't have that muscular strength to fight. They're really slim and really petite, and that's because they need to be for speed. So cheetahs will just rather run. Leopards, oh, they could put up a good fight. They would still run from the baboons, but I just think they would have come back. Wow, that cheetah came from the mountainside as well. Now, we will start to sort of get into a bit of a tricky signal spot around this corner, but I do just want to take a look just in case the cheetah will be resting. They're also diurnal, as we know, predominantly diurnal. So it could be moving, sitting on top of a termite mound. Cheetah, cheetah. Honestly, my mind is blown at that. Darby, you've got better eyes than I have. I hope you're scanning here. And you know what we saw when we first came out today? 3 klipspringers. 3 klipspringers. I'm desperate to put them on camera for you, but what actually we'll show you here, Darby, if we can just show this view ahead. Our camp is through these mountains and it's so beautiful, this area. I love it so much, but you can see what we're dealing with right from the right side. All these undulating mountains, we have to drive through them all. And it doesn't take long, but unfortunately it does play havoc with signal. Understandably so. I mean, it's mountains. You'll find they sort of block signal anywhere. And Tau Game Lodge is through these, surrounded by them. So it's a really stunning area. But in the area where we had the klipspringers, unfortunately, we were not able to show you, which is so unfortunate. But we'll get there. Anyway, we're just going to scan up and down, maybe hopelessly so, for the cheetah. And we're going to send you guys back over to Liam.
Oh, hello everybody and welcome back to Kariega, where we're still at Scotia Waterhole, waiting out the heat of the day here. There's a bit of a breeze that's picked up now, which is bringing a little bit of relief. And yeah, the animals have slowly started coming through for a bit of a drink. There was some herd of eland that were around here earlier, but I've focused now on these blacksmith lapwings, who are resident family of lapwings, almost always never far from water. Yeah, there's also, just in the foreground here, I was trying to actually focus on the little grebes who have got their nest here, oops, and onto the nest just in the foreground here on the right. Constantly adding bits of material to their nest. So it's amusing to watch some lapwings. There's many a tale about lapwings and how they'd walk around a sleeping crocodile, and in fact you can see these, you can picture these scenes in many instances where you would find crocodiles in rivers and lapwings that live on their banks. And yeah, they'll dart in between the crocodiles and maybe even sometimes pick up little bits of leftover meat or scraps from between the crocodile's teeth. So quite a brazen little bird, the lapwing. So there was a moment about 2 weeks ago where I thought this pair were building a nest just on this near bank of Scotia Waterhole, and they seemed to be picking up little bits of material and then creating a little circle around a particular spot, as well as a bit of mating behavior. So I was really getting my hopes up there with them potentially making a nest and producing some eggs, but it doesn't seem to have happened. But I'm sure there's reasons behind it. At least our lapwings are still here, they're still intact. been trying to look for the ducklings and I still can't seem to see them. It is really, really concerning. It can be because I can see a large number of these yellow-billed ducks on the water here. It can be that if there's another adult pair in the area. Oh, wait a minute. What do we have there? Got at least one. At least one. Goodness. Sure, so it appears we do have at least one of the 4 ducklings that were around. And sure, it'd be terrible. I'd love to know what happened to them. I was going to say that sometimes adults can be quite brutal and quite aggressive towards other ducklings if they know that they might be breeding and they might compete with their own. I've seen it where was it trying to remember the species that it was. It was Egyptian geese and shell ducks. So a shell duck is actually, as much as its name is a bit of a misnomer, it is actually much rather a goose than a duck. And shell duck had found a duckling, either Egyptian goose duckling or gosling, or another shell duck youngster, and it had been separated by its parent, and with such brutality it attacked this poor little gosling, and eventually, in a matter of minutes, drowned the poor thing. So they can be quite brutal if there is high competition for a limited space. And you can imagine that to be the case here in Scotia Waterhole, where we are a good few kilometers from the Kariga or Boesman Rivier, Boesman River. Could have been a duck, could have even been a bird of prey. There are fish eagles around, so that's a vague possibility. Who knows? One thing is for sure, the yellow-billed ducks are still grooming a lot their feathers, and it seems that that's because they're molting. If you have a look here in the foreground of these yellow-billed duck, oops, that was quite quick. Sorry about that, folks. You can see these ones here in the shallows bathing themselves, and well, at least they were grooming their feathers a moment ago. Now they seem to be upending, looking for food. I wonder what might be down there that they like so much. They seem to be hanging out there for the last while, and you can see that the earth there is being churned up quite significantly by their activity. So there must be something really tasty, probably a plant of a sort, because yellow-billed ducks are mostly plant eaters, herbivorous. Very, very interesting. Chosen this very particular spot. Some dragonflies in the foreground. So Rachel asks, would terrapins raid a little grebe's nest? Now that's a very interesting prospect, Rachel, because terrapins are quite formidable and surprisingly formidable predators in the water. They've been known to take little birds, but I don't know if a little grebe's nest would be picked up by a terrapin. I think it's too inconspicuous for a terrapin to target. Now I say that because it seems they target open sections where birds tend to come down to drink, and so that I would suggest that they probably use sight to look for any prey if they do decide to take any avian prey. So little embankments like here in the foreground of these yellow-billed ducks, where some birds come down to drink, or swallows maybe to collect a bit of mud for their nest. I think this would be a more suitable place for a terrapin to take prey. Although that little grebe nest, that would be quite easy if it could figure it out, and I don't think terrapins figured that out. It would be quite easy for a terrapin to access that nest. So I think the way in which the little grebe builds the nest and hides it in that vegetation probably helps. Another interesting and new bird to have added to this monthly list was earlier on. There was 4 white storks that flew over, which was quite a nice surprise. And that's a nice summer visitor. Again, another migratory bird. I was talking about migratory birds yesterday. And the white stork comes over from Europe. It's the famous bird that many might know from the fairy tales, where when mum and dad want to teach their kids about the birds and bees, it was said that it was the white storks, it was the storks that brought the babies, and they dropped them off in the homes of the families that were going to receive a baby, and that's how babies come to the world. It was the stork that dropped them off. So that is the same bird, and the association is probably something to do with the fact that many European homes, the white stork will stand on the roof and sometimes even breed on people's chimneys or the like. So the myth, the fairy tale of the stork bringing the babies and dropping them off probably down the chimney, just how Santa Claus might enter, and so that's how the story came to be. You'll often get these big, really big flocks of the storks in agricultural fields, in fallow land. They like to look for little bits of insect in the exposed earth.
It's the smell that... It's really not nice. I'm too scared to put it. I'm not putting it in my mouth. Okay, you have to touch it with your tongue. It's not actually that heavy. Ah! Join me. I say join.
Okay, shall I come pull you out now?
I'm going home now.
So in Nyala here with using the Nyala using a toilet break here with its flash of white tail being exposed. You can see it just briefly a moment ago, where these Nyala on the right now who were just at the waterhole having a bit of a drink. One of them had their tail fluffed up. Now there's another antelope, small antelope that you get in the forest or in the thickets here. It occurs in a little sliver along the southern African coast and up into the forested areas of Africa. It's called a blue duiker, and it's a diminutive little antelope and very, very shy. And one of the only ways to spot a blue duiker is to look out for the swishing tail in a forest. With the dappled, shady light under the canopy on the forest floor, it really, that bluey grey colour lends itself to the shadows of the forest, and so when stealthily moving your way around, your eye catches a little bit of a shake of the tail, just like these Nyalas are doing. And that's one of the best ways to find a little blue duiker. Really a nice, really nice creature to come across in the forest or thickets. They'll be in the thickets surrounding the hills here. Little blue duikers. fascinating group of antelope, the duikers. They've got an incredible diversity in the African continent. From the tiny blue duiker, which is hardly the size of a Jack Russell, right up to the yellow back duiker, which is almost the size of a bushbuck. So, whilst we follow the Inyala off into the distance, let's go and see what's the latest in Madikwe with our very exciting event of the morning. Let's see what's happening with Lauren over there.
Davi, the luck is in our corner today. Okay, it wasn't a leopard, but that's okay. It was a cheetah. I've been desperate to show you guys a Klipspringer for so long now. We're actually really far away, so it is a long distance visual because these guys not gonna hang around. Yes, can you believe this? I've never put a Klipspringer on camera before. I've seen them. This is my first one live with all of you guys. Potentially looks like a duiker from far away, but really they are quite different. If you Google it, it'll be easier just to see sort of how different they are. But the main thing about Klipspringers is the way their feet are structured. It is the coolest thing ever. We're not going to be able to get a close enough view to show you, but it is almost like they are walking on a stiletto. Literally bush stilettos. I used to walk on stilettos back in the day. It's been a while. But really, the hooves are actually cylindrical and they point downwards. So they're not like any other antelope hoof that we see here. And they're literally walking on their tiptoes. I mean, most antelopes are. That's the foot structure of antelopes, to walk on their tiptoes. Is that another one, Davi? Ah, there. I'm just going to move in my seat. Gillian, Madikwe is always busy. Really, there is always something to look at, especially in this part of Madikwe. I would say the northwest sector is just unbelievable. It is, for me, it's just amazing. Even just the antelopes. Yes, okay, we see antelopes everywhere, we see wildebeest everywhere, zebra, but it's the number of them and how active they are. So yes, Gillian. Madikwe is busy. I've been out every day. I say, Davi, I really want to get a Klipspringer on camera. And it finally happened. But you need to be next to these rocky outcrops. You need to be in areas like where we are right now in order to see these things. You're never just going to see them by the main road. This is so cool. And we saw 3 this morning as well. It's a day for seeing the klipspringers. And although it wasn't a leopard this morning, the leopard does reside here. And he's seen here quite a lot. And this will be the sort of prey that he snacks on. Dassies, klipspringers. He won't necessarily have to come down here to get an impala. He will, but up in those rocky outcrops, there'll be plenty of food to eat. What else can possibly happen this morning? Tingana's whiskers. Wowzers, Tingana's whiskers. What a name. Tingana's whiskers, you are saying another first for you. You've never seen a klipspringer. Another rock first, another first on the rocks. It's a first for me, I guess, Tingana's whiskers. I've never put one on camera. I don't think Dobby has either for Wild Earth, have you?
In the Serengeti.
For CGTN with Tristan, when you had your romantic holiday. Okay, Dobby and Tristan went on a romantic venture to the Serengeti together. Some of you will remember that. Anyway, okay, you have put one on camera. That's fine. It's not your first. But maybe your second. Second. Okay, we'll go with that. Standing like a statue. Only the males have horns in klipspringers. But apparently in East Africa, where Davy was with Tristan, horns are actually present in both sexes. So that's a little bit confusing. But in South Africa, it's only the males. So it must be some sort of subspecies or a genetic differentiation. Okay, so I feel like whatever I'm getting on my wish list, it happens. So I next want to see a birth. And maybe that's going to happen one day. I'm literally just scanning up. I don't know how easy it is for you, Davy, but if we do put the camera up there, we'll show you exactly where we saw the leopards. So you can see where the clippy's standing. And then just as we look up all throughout the thicket, there's a real rocky outcrop. There we go. See the rocks sort of really prominently just sticking out there? That's where we saw the leopard. And it really was a leopard, I promise. There's a lot happening in these hills. The Enselbergs that we probably have no idea about. And this is why you are finding all the prey hanging around here. There are so many because it's very open. And the reaction that we saw earlier to the cheetah, that's a reaction any predator will get. So it's safety in numbers on such a big level. Safety in numbers and safety in species. This is just so remarkable that he's standing so still. I'm so tempted to move the car a bit closer, but shall we try, Darby? Oh. It would be nice to get better views. Okay, we stopped really far away. As soon as Darby spotted it, we just stopped because we thought we have to show you before it runs away, and once again, no one will believe me. Oh, leopard lover, you're too sweet. You see, wherever I go, the animals fall in love with me. Thank you. It's funny, we just did a tour to the Maldives with a group of people who were all wild earth viewers, and they all call me Lucky Lauren. And I do feel lucky. I have long days of nothing, but many days where just patience just pays off, believing, looking in the same place every single day. Oh no, they ran away. My apologies. See, they're about to go up. See that? They're about to run up that rocky outcrop and away they go. That's why they're so difficult to put on camera. Okay, now we're not going to go anywhere. We're just going to stay right here. It's remarkable how they balance on those stilettos. I've never seen anything like it. And they just run and hop and spring across the rocks. Rachel, you're asking about the difference in size with duikers. Ooh. To me, to the naked eye, they're very similar. Duikers are all over my... Predator! Cheetah! Cheetah! The cheetah's back! I can't believe this. Rachel, I'll come back to your question, but they're very similar. Cheetah, my friend, this is not a good area for hunting. Where's your lamb? Well, everyone, we were wrong. The cheetah came back. Lauren Arthur was wrong. And oh my God, Dav, quickly over this side, look, wildebeest, calves, impala, zebra, piglets, warthogs, everything over there. Gathering together like a conference. I can't believe this. Cannot believe it. Pied crows are there as well. Everybody's here, my goodness. Cheetah, darling, it's a busy area. Oh, why don't you go back to your lamb? He was there the whole time. He or she, I don't actually know right now. If any of you do see any signs of the sex, let us know. I love this area. I think this T-junction is literally my favorite place. Oh, just gonna sit down and watch. Okay. But what about your lamb? Wow. Okay, we're gonna turn the corner. I think we've spent time with this cheetah before, and from my knowledge, they're all very relaxed. So I think, let's go. There's like a wall of... Oh my goodness, there's an elephant there as well. Now, Clippies will be long gone. Maybe it wasn't the car they were actually even running from. My director has says, leopard lover, you were right. The animals love me. I'm going to get out of the way of the cheetah's visual field so we're not blocking the views. It's just lucky. I just love this spot. I really didn't think the cheetah would come back for the lamb. I didn't. And I guess on some level I was wrong because he or she has came back. Okay, they're not at the carcass. Maybe a scavenger's there already. I don't actually know. And they have returned. So I guess on that level I was wrong. I love being proven wrong by nature because it just shows you we don't know everything. I just love this part of Madikwe so much. Earth lover, that is a big question. Can this morning get any better? Possibly. Possibly it can, Earth lover. Maybe the leopard will arrive. No, we don't want that. We don't want a fight to happen, but possibly it could. Wow. This cheetah's clearly hungry. There's a dead lamb over there, and this area is too open. There are too many different species here, all on high alert. So S Green, you were right all along, even although we believed you and we saw the proof, there is a cheetah. I'm actually going to take my jacket off. All this excitement is making me hot. That's better. Oh, you beautiful thing. You obviously launched out again and no luck. Tingana's whiskers, you are right. Next level again. I'm just laughing because Davi and I were talking about the words next level earlier. It's like you read our minds. But yes, things just got next level. Because Davi and I debated, we thought, should we drive now? We've sort of been in the same area the whole morning, and should we drive and try and find the cheetah? It's difficult, but there's so much happening here. And we decided to stay here. We really like it here. And it was obviously the right call. but it's amazing because this is in the heart of a male leopard's territory as well. And there's a cheetah here, and it's just incredible how all these organisms just sort of move around each other. I am also a bit suspicious of what is going on over there where the lamb is. And the zebras are all looking. The pied crows are all up in arms. I wonder if we should just drive round and have a look. Sorry, I'm just listening and trying to... Felicia, it wouldn't affect a leopard's movement. They all move across the same area. As a leopard's territory is nothing to a cheetah. A cheetah doesn't follow a leopard's territory. A leopard's territory is for leopards only. And... Sorry, I'm just watching the elephants there. There's a lot happening. It wouldn't affect them. It's just interesting to see all these animals in the one space, sorry, is what I was referring to. A leopard is marking his territory to keep out competitor males, to keep out other leopards. He's really not worried about a cheetah. Yes, they're competitors, absolutely, but that's not going to affect his territorial movements. I just want to reposition myself in case anything is going on at that side. Hello. I think nothing's happening down there. Okay, that cheetah's not going anywhere. Hello, you. Not had a great morning, huh? Yep, the pied crows are all up in the air. Vultures! Oh my goodness. Okay, I cannot believe vultures are here for an impala lamb. Wow. Yeah, we're only going to look quickly here. But look at that, the vultures are on the scene. Because it's open, it's exposed. It's so good to see vultures. Whitebacks. But I don't want to lose sight. I love vultures. I want to talk about vultures forever, but I don't want to lose the cheetah. We are going to turn around. Wow. I just wondered what everyone was looking at, but of course, commotion has begun with the vultures on the ground. Cheetahs also will be chased off by vultures if there's enough of them. He's still there. Oh, he's getting up. Okay. Darby. There you go. Just want to see where he goes. He's skulking away, I think. Look at that. There's the zebras. That was the zebras next to us. More vultures coming in. This is crazy. Everybody's vanished, by the way. Wildebeest, impala, vamos. Cheetah, you're causing quite the chaos here. You could easily chase off vultures. There are only 2 of them right now. The longer he leaves it, he's given more time for more vultures to arrive.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
I have a funny feeling this cheetah is just going to sit for a while. It's in a really good spot now, actually. And just wait. Wait until all the impala come back, completely forgetting that he was ever there. Don't wander into the thicket. You're going to lie down now. Sir 50, I sure hope so. I sure hope I would have got bingo, Sir 50. After all that hard work. It's just been a non-stop morning. But I'm wondering if we should just reposition, sort of face him and then be side on so we can see movements from both sides. Or go back to the carcass. Oh. because obviously the visuals of the cheetah are not great. It's not going to hunt right now, I can assure you. Everyone's disappeared other than huge zebra. I think we should go and take a look at the craziness that's happening on the carcass. And if he wanders into the thicket, we wouldn't be able to follow him anyway. I'm pretty sure it's a boy. I think he's going to sit there in the shade for a while and bide his time. Vultures. Yes, for 50, I would definitely win. It's amazing, the vultures are on it. It's okay, it took a while, but they spotted it. I love vultures, this is really exciting. Where are you guys going? I wonder, hold on a minute, I'm just going to get my binos out. Aha, problem number one, everyone. These are whitebacks. The carcass is not open. So these guys have spotted the carcass. Probably visually, I would guess, although they can smell, but it's not open. I don't think they can open it. They need the lappet face. They need someone else to come in and open this before they can start feeding. That's why they're not feeding. That's fascinating. It's not a feeding frenzy because they can't feed yet. Skin and hair of mammals is actually quite thick. And if you don't have the right beak, you're not going to be able to open it. And I'm sure they've tried. I believe the eyes are already gone. But they're not feeding because it's not open. And why the cheetah has not returned, I really don't know. Has it forgotten where it dropped the lamb? Oh, Hannah, thank you. I know, it's a lot of action in one spot. If you're in the right place at the right time in Madikwe, my goodness. It's a reserve like no other, and it's a lot of action. The last time we saw vultures here was also at a cheetah sighting, a cheetah carcass. A cheetah kill, sorry, not a cheetah carcass. What are you guys gonna do then, vultures, if you can't get in? Probably do what vultures do best and wait. I just love them, they're so entertaining. There are more vultures in the sky. Justine, you've never seen a vulture flare its wings like that before. It's beautiful, right? They are actually beautiful birds. Maybe not aesthetically pleasing to all, but I think they're stunning. They just naturally have this bad reputation and all these negative connotations that go with vultures. But when they do sort of spread their wings like that, and you can see the detail in the feathers, it's stunning. I wonder if they're anting. They could possibly be letting the ants crawl all over them right now while they wait. Or at least the one on the left. So who is going to come along and open this carcass, everyone? That's the question. Will it be a hyena? Will a lappet face descend? Someone's got to. Yeah, I think this vulture's anting. And it's like, while you wait on food, you may as well clean your feathers. Okay, now that we know no one's feeding on the carcass, I think we now turn around again and see what our cheetah is up to. We need 2 vehicles here. Nicola, they can, and Davi and I drove past earlier when we were not live and the eyes are gone. Not so nice, but I think maybe the pied crows, because it was earlier, it was before we saw the vultures. So the eyes are gone, I'm afraid, but yes, they would. Whitebacks are excellent at sort of getting into small places. They just are not known to slice open skin, thick skin. What are we looking at? Oh, is that a lappet? The camera's freaking out. Sorry, everyone. It's a lappet face. I love you guys. These are the kings of the vultures. Okay, the lappet face is on the scene, everyone. We need you to arrive. Well spotted, Davi. I actually didn't see him at all. Look at the size of him. Oh, you beautiful thing. Okay, the king is on the scene, which means that you need to swoop down and open, and the feeding frenzy will begin. The cheetah's definitely not going to come back, especially not if this guy's on the scene. Love these vultures. I never ever saw a lappet face in the Sabi Sands. Did you, Davi? In the Mara, I did. I don't understand Davi's body language right now, but I think he's saying no.
Yes, I did.
You did?
I did, yes.
Where? I don't believe you.
I'll show you.
I don't believe him. In the Masai Mara, yes, saw plenty of them, but I never ever saw them in the Sabi Sands. In the Eastern Cape, like Amakala, we don't have vultures. So it's just been so refreshing to come to Midziko and just see vultures again. I love them and they're so crucial. I just wish people didn't hate them as much as they did. We really need vultures. And if you think of a landscape without any scavengers, we should start calling them scavengers. Maybe people will like them a little bit better. But there would just be carcasses everywhere. There would be empty buffalo carcasses that are rotting and decaying with parasites and disease and bacteria going into the atmosphere. There would just be carcasses everywhere without the vultures, the hyenas to crunch up all the bones, jackals, everything that breaks down a carcass that is so crucial. Imagine going on a safari and there are just carcasses everywhere and the smell, and it would be awful. And it's these guys that are stopping that happening. They just don't get much credit for it. I wonder if the cheetah tried to go back. Darcy Miller, 100% vultures are descending, Dove, on the other tree. I don't know if that's a whiteback. Yeah, it is. The whitebacks are patiently saying, "Come on, Mr. Lappet. What are you waiting for?" But yes, Darcy Miller, absolutely. They're so awesome. See, when you learn about their biology and their ecology and you just watch their behavior, it's incredible. And I think they're really beautiful, especially the lappet face. The hooded vultures are just hilarious to watch, and it's my goal to see a lammergeier. One of you kindly sent me a link of a sort of place you can see them in the Drakensberg, which would be so wonderful. I really want to go to the Simien Mountains in Ethiopia. Wow, I'm so torn on what to do right now. I guess we watch the vultures for a bit. Once this one moves, chaos will happen. That cheetah's going to lay low for a while. Vultures are quick. Once one spots, they all follow. They're not independent, they follow one another. I was going to say like sheep, but I guess like vultures. What a story this has been to follow. It's been a really exciting one, full of mystery from the start. So I think what we're going to do now is possibly drive back towards the cheetah so we can keep our eye on vultures and cheetah. If we position ourselves in such a way, we're going to be able to see both. I think that's the best option. But it's this guy that we need to keep our eye on. The whitebacks are, yeah, we don't need to watch them so much. It's this guy. They all know their place in the sort of hierarchy. Don't always like saying the word hierarchy. In the chain, in the sequence. It's so scenic as well where we are, against those outcrops, against the hills, open barren trees. Okay, let me just check the cheetah is still there. Yes, we're still nestled away in the thicket. So Darby, I might need your help here. I'm going to turn around and then we'll try and view everything at once. Oh, the warthog is there with his little piglets. Oh my goodness. The piglets we were following the other day. Wow, 1, 2, 3 more vultures in the sky that we won't be able to show you because of the roof, but still, this area is just non-stop. Right, let me go happy from here. Okay. Cameron, yes, exactly. That's what I often think. If you just position, if you think about 2 hours ago, Darby and I were thinking, we didn't even know it was a cheetah at this point. Is it going to come back? Is it not going to come back? We're looking at a dead lamb. Not always the most amazing thing to sort of sit and look at a dead lamb. Didn't know how the story was going to unfold, and then it just changed and changed and changed, and it's amazing. That's why I always think about time in the bush, because time is really nothing. It's just the ebb and flow of life and the arrival and the departure of different organisms that all sort of fit into this massive interconnected web. And everyone's sitting, making friends with Mr. Lapidface over there. Do you see that? Wow. I did not expect vultures. I have to say, there's been a lot about today that surprised me. But I didn't expect vultures. Not for an impala lamb. It's a very small carcass. Surf 50, they absolutely are nature's cleanup crew, and they're awesome at it. They're so unbelievably awesome at what they do. And look at the diversity of vultures. I mean, it depends where you are sort of in the world as to what species you will get. But the diversity is huge, and if you actually look at them all, they're just all so striking in their own way. For me, the lammergeier definitely is the most beautiful, even though I've not actually seen it with my own eyes. But I think they all have their own sort of unique features to them. Egyptian, bearded, hooded, whiteback, rupels, cape, white-headed. They're also really stunning, actually. Lappet. So many different species. Palm nut. There's just something about being in a sighting with lots of vultures. There's quite an interesting energy in a sighting like that, and I just really enjoy it. I enjoy seeing them interact, especially with other species. The whitebacks are the most crazy though. Those are the ones that are the most numerous, most frantic, most noisy. They're the ones that hiss at each other. It's not really a nice sound, but it's also fascinating at the same time. They mob each other. Oh, whitebacks get crazy in there. And of course, the lapidface are the most dominant. They're known to be dominant. They're known to be the ones that can open a carcass if it's not already open. And the lamb was not. And they also eat the really tough parts as well, because they can. They eat skin. They eat tendons, ligaments, because they can. They've got one of the strongest beak And they're actually known to be an extremely aggressive bird. For all its beauty, it's very aggressive. I'm sure the statistics are that it's able to strip a really small antelope to the bone within 20 minutes. That's pretty fast. Christo, depends on what you're meaning. There will be communication, but it's not cooperative communication, as in, let's target this together. So there's no need to sort of, hey, you go around that side, I'll go around this side. They're not communicating with regards to that. It's quite a tricky question. But of course there will be communication. They'll mob each other, they'll hiss at each other, but that's aggression. That's them trying to get each other to sort of leave so that they can get the carcass for themselves. There's an understanding among vultures, and they do call it the hierarchy, just like there's a sort of mammalian predator hierarchy. But I'm just not fond of that, because I think when we say hierarchy, it makes it sound like one species is better than the other. Like lions are at the top, so it makes them sound like they're better than leopards or cheetahs or any other predator. And I just don't think that's the right way to look at it. And I always suggest a big juicy pizza. And every predator has got a slice. And each predator sort of fits into the pizza in its own way, all different, but in its own way. It doesn't mean that one is above the other. That's just the way that I like to look at it. Every organism, every predator, every vulture has their own little niche, and that's the exact same with vultures. They're not all the same size, they don't all have the same behaviors, and they don't all have the same beak shape. And that is because they're all fitting into this huge pizza and their own ecological niche. What you've got to remember is that if all animals were the same, they wouldn't all survive. Variation is the fabric of evolution. Variation is the fabric of life. And each vulture needs to be different in order to survive and thrive. So some will go for the softer parts, some will be the ones that open the carcass like this guy and go for the harder parts, some will be the ones that go for organs only, some will be the ones that go for muscle, and it's just different strategies to fit into this huge sort of web of life. So when it comes to communicating, they're not communicating actively together. It's nothing but competition. So they will be vocalizing, there may even be physical aggression, especially between the whitebacks. But I wouldn't say it's communicating per se. They're just trying to communicate, hey, get away, get away, get away, get away. No, you get away, no, you get away. Isn't that like the vultures in the Jungle Book? Didn't they have a conversation slightly similar to that? Hey, what do you want to do today? I don't know, what do you want to do today? I don't know, I asked you, what do you want to do today? Something like that. Anyway, that's the sort of answer that I have to your question. Communicating in a way, yes, but not actively communicating cooperatively to each other. Just a whole lot of competition going on at a feeding frenzy. Even with the hooded, I haven't seen any hooded vultures here yet, but they have their own little way of surviving. They only... Is that the lappet face? Yep. Okay, let's go. The lappet is in. The lappet has landed. And they're all descending. This is crazy. It's really windy, sorry. This is exciting. I can hear them all fighting. Look at that, the lappet face just taking his time. I just don't want to scare them away. Come here. The lappet's gone back up in the air, but look, the whitebacks are in. It looks like he opened it. My goodness. Surely the lappet face would not just open this and leave. They're not scared of the whitebacks. The leopardface just opened this and then just left. See, they're not really communicating. Do you see that? They're just feeding. It's a feeding frenzy. Simon, yes, mostly. Their stomach acid is exceptionally corrosive. It's very similar to hyenas. It's really low on the pH scale, which means it's very acidic. And I think it's around pH 1. Sorry, I thought that was a leopardface. It's not, though. Has he just really disappeared? Anyway, and that allows them to sort of really safely digest putrid carcasses that could be infected with toxins, bacteria, anthrax, hog cholera, all sorts of things that you couldn't even begin to imagine. And this would be lethal to other scavengers. But with vultures, as soon as it enters the stomach, and I'm talking about the top of the stomach, so once it's gone down the esophagus, just enters into the stomach, it'll be almost blasted with the stomach acid. And that stops any of the things that I just mentioned entering into the intestines where it's absorbed back into the body. So it's blasted away in the stomach. And it removes them from the environment. That's another amazing thing. So, wow. Instead of these diseases and viruses and all sorts of things staying in the environment within a carcass, the vultures swallow them, blast it away with that strong acid, and then it's gone. It's gone from the environment and it won't enter into the vulture's bloodstream. Very similar to hyenas. And it's another sort of adaptation to the lifestyle that they lead. In order to feed on these carcasses, they need to have the ability to handle what they're going to swallow. And that's what's incredible. They're also saving the environment from these diseases. Okay, the leopardface looks like it could potentially be descending. Yep, it is him. He's in the air. I don't think we can... Oh, maybe. Yeah, he's landing. Yep, there's Laffett's back in town. No, now we can't see. Should we reposition a little bit, Dov, or not? Don't want to scare the... Oh, wait, he's moving. Look, dominated. Look at that. He's like, no, guys, I opened it for you. Enough now. Wow. No communication needed. The leopardface knows he's the biggest vulture. The whitebacks know their place. Leopard lover, yes, that's a perfect way to describe it. They're moving so erratic, it almost looks like a video that's been sort of scrubbed to speed up. Absolutely. Oh, is that starling got a feather? It's either a feather or hair from the impala. I'm not sure which one it is, but they're obviously collecting nesting material. I just can't see if it's a feather or not. See, the starlings are in a completely different umwelt. They're not even thinking about what is going on and not trying to get food. Their senses and their focus and their perceptions is on something completely different, and they're thinking about nesting material. They're not thinking about feeding or competition, or maybe they are competing to get the most nesting material, but it's just amazing all of these things that are happening that are not really connected or related. I did just see another lapid-face land behind us, by the way. I don't quite know what it's doing behind us, but if another lapid-face arrives, then yes, that could be competition. I love how the starlings are just like, hey, yeah, we need some material for our nest. This is safe. Let's just go to the side of a carcass and hang around all these vultures. Now all we need is a hyena to rock up, and bingo, bingo, I am complete. Crystal, you are so welcome. Oh, it's a whiteback. I thought it was another lapid. Apologies, it's a whiteback. Sorry, Crystal, you are so welcome. I just... there's the other lapid-faced dove on the road. You see him at the back there, staying away. There you are. I lost track of you because we've got a roof on. Fascinating. 2 lapids now. No hooded, lots of whitebacks. I just want clarification on your second question, Crystal. How do they know when to go after a kill? Sorry, there's a lot happening here. Apologies if I have picked this up terribly wrong. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. I'm not really sure what you mean, Chris. I think I'm just not getting it. Do you mean when different species decide when to go in? Because we've been talking about the hierarchy. Obviously, it's not the vultures that make the kill. So they wait on standby. And what we witnessed this morning was a carcass killed by a cheetah, chased off by baboons, but the carcass wasn't open. So the pied crows did eat the eyes, I'm afraid, but the whitebacks can't eat, if that makes sense. They want to eat the carcass. It's not a case of deciding. They literally can't get into the carcass because it's not open and they don't have the strength to open it. So they had to wait until something opened it. It didn't have to be a lapid-face vulture. Oh, how do they know it's safe? Why did no one correct me on that?
How do they know? They just said, how did they know?
I thought it was how do they know when to go into a kill? Okay, Darby's saying it's how do I know? How do they know it's safe? And now I'm confused. Ah, Davi's guessing. Okay. We're guessing what you're trying to ask. Oh, apparently what Davi said is correct. Thank you, Davi, for rescuing that situation. Okay, to start again, how do they know it's safe? They're very visual. So what you'll find with vultures is that they will wait. Not only are they very visual, they're very patient. So they're very aware of their position in the situation, and they're also very aware of predators and the fact that if there is a carcass, there may be lions around, there may be cheetahs around, there may be leopards around, hyenas. Hyenas love to chase after vultures. So they will wait. Normally they scan from the air, they soar, and they will circle. You'll watch them circling and circling from the air, and what they're trying to do is look on the ground. Do they see said predator? Do they see danger? What is the situation? It's almost like an emergency first responder. You've got to look at the situation before they land. Then they normally wait on the tree. And they do act a bit like sheep in that regards. They are quite, if someone else does it, they'll follow. It just takes that first one to make the decision. If they're not sure it's safe, if they think that maybe the predator could still be in the area, they absolutely won't land. And we've watched that here at Madikwe. Vultures just waiting and waiting and waiting, refusing to land because they didn't know if it was safe or not. They didn't know if the lions had left. So they'll look and they'll literally wait. And in this situation, I think they chased the cheetah off. They'll know what predators they can chase off and what they can't. I think they chased the cheetah off. They're renowned for it. And they knew the predator was gone. It was just a case of, oh, well, the predator's gone, but the carcass is not open. So we still can't eat. So sorry, Crystal. Davi to the rescue. Okay, I've never heard that one before, Original Craig, but I love it. I love it. The Grand Hyena. Hyena. I love it. It's pretty good. It's even getting a chuckle out of Davi in the back there. Oh, cheetah, there, it's there. But thank you, Craig. I'm going to use that in future. Got him. Having a look, wants to see the situation of the carcass. But won't go, absolutely won't risk it. Isn't it fascinating to see cheetahs in this terrain? Rachel, leopard faces are so big, and that beak is so bulbous but then sharp, razor sharp at the end. It doesn't look it, you've got to look closely, but it's very big, very bulbous, and then right at the end is almost like a razor blade, and that is what can open. So it's got the strength from being really big and bulbous, and then it's got that tool at the end that they can just slice open carcasses. Makoni, you're saying natural ecosystem engineers right there. Absolutely spot on. Working hard, really, just not getting much credit for it. If this whole feeding frenzy didn't happen, we would literally have a rotten, smelly carcass, just rotting away day by day. But because we do have the scavengers, they come in. They're honestly like little superheroes that just don't wear capes and don't get recognized for it. I wonder if that's that cheetah done. He's just given up. I am surprised to see a cheetah in this terrain. This is really, really leopard terrain. And it doesn't mean the cheetahs can't move in Madikwe, but they are sort of more known to be around the open grasslands area where we had them yesterday. It's difficult for cheetahs to hunt when it's this thick here.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
This is just non-stop. Wow, I think it's safe to say we watched this entire thing play out from start to finish. It's almost 1 o'clock. And I think this first happened around 9 in the morning, maybe? Rachel, you're saying your first day off in 4 years. And this has been amazing. Rachel, maybe it was you who brought all the luck to us. I hope you've got your feet up, maybe a little G&T in hand and just thoroughly enjoying this. I'd actually rather sit still. I used to spend hours at the Hyena Dane, which I think used to drive the cameramen crazy. They would all be like, oh, we're with Lauren today. Guess we're going to the Hyena Dane. But it's because there is a story. There is always a story. You've just got to sit and follow it through. And obviously today's been extra special. But if you just wait, things will happen. It's just amazing what we're seeing. The starlings are still picking up feathers and fluff. It's crazy. They're still on their own little mission. Cheetahs walked off. Elephant wasn't happy. It's non-stop, and it's important sometimes to just stay still. It's not always as action-packed as this, for sure. But I'd rather stay than be driving around all day. Yes, Rolo, I could have, right? Okay, well, I don't know. My bingo boards are, a little bit questionable in some regards, so I'm not too sure about winning bingo, but yeah, you're right. I would have won something. And I just love this area. When we come back out for sunset, I will be in this area. It's my favorite part of like this sector of Madikwe. I love this sector, I really do. The east was great, but this area of Madikwe is really special. I think it's the mountains, the terrain, the outcrops, it's very special. Is the carcass finished already? A lot of vultures are flying off. Lappet faces are gone. Just like that, one by one. Wow, the air is filled with vultures. This is so cool. I feel like the carcass may be over. It's lovely to see a sky filled with vultures. no one's feeding anymore, I think. The carcass is just finished. It was a small lamb after all. Tungana's Whiskers wants to know if Davi's enjoyed this sighting. Davi, have you enjoyed this sighting?
It's been awesome.
It's been awesome, he says. Great camera work. Indeed.
Thanks, Whiskers.
Davi's calling you Whiskers. It's not easy to keep up with all the action and obviously spot the leopard stroke cheetah. That was Davi's spot. I would say on all the vehicles, even Juma, the cameramen spot more than the presenters do. Naturalists do, sorry. I wonder if we can... I don't know if I want to get closer. What do you think? Maybe we'll stay put. I don't know what these lazy ones are doing and why they're not soaring with the others. Well, wow, what a sighting this has been, everyone, from start to finish. I do think it's finished now. Scavengers are leaving. But thank you for joining me on that crazy bumble that it was. So for now, we are going to send you guys all the way over to Juma with Cedric.
Wow. I don't even know where to start with this after that amazing sighting there at Madikwe with Lauren, with all the vultures and the two different species of vultures, the cheetah that came in, the elephant that walked by, and definitely that was incredible just to watch all the interaction between different species there. And yes, we are at Juma Dam. As you can see, I have got definitely very action-packed Egyptian goose with the 3 ducklings at the moment. I'm hoping that these 3 ducklings are going to definitely bring just as much action as Lauren's vultures. You never know. Well, let's take a look. But it is quite cute. It is always nice just to kind of just breathe in and breathe out and have some serene moments here at Juma Dam with these cute little ducklings that's pretty much feeding alongside mom. And yes, so earlier with these ducklings at Juma Dam, we did have Nile monitor, of course like a water monitor that came through and just investigated on these 3 youngsters. So it was always nice just to take a look, and I know that these little ones, there were quite a few of them. I think there were 4 or 5 of them. It started off with 4 or 5 of them, and not too long ago, unfortunately, one disappeared due to a snake that was in the area. I did not see it happen. I just got a update about that 4th one that just disappeared due to the snake. But other than that, I'm guessing that these adults, they are definitely very protective over their youngsters. I mean, they're not going to let anything come close to them, and just making sure that they are quite safe for now. There's always things, any birds of prey, monitors, slender mongoose, things like that. There's so many different kinds of predators that will definitely look out for any of these little Egyptian geese chicks. It seems like the day is warming up around Djuma's side. And now and again the sun has come out. Still very windy, as you can see, all the leaves in the background really blowing quite a bit. It's interesting this time of the year. Usually used to a lot of wind in like around about August, September. That's usually our windy months. But coming here towards December, it was very interesting to see the weather's looking like this. I know it is our rainy season for sure, but the wind is quite windy for the last day or two. It looks like the male Egyptian geese is coming from the other side, just coming to join the family. I'm not too sure exactly. See the null monitor, this is exactly where they were just now, at this dead stump to the right hand side. And actually the null monitor was just resting on that stump. It looks like it has moved off for now. Joey, I'm thinking about the rainfall at Djuma. You know, I think the last rain season, Joey, it has been fantastic. It was quite a good season for rain. But you never know. There's always this kind of thing they say, it's like, how can I say, a rule of thumb with the farmers around in the Lowveld. They always say that if the rain falls already in October, it's going to be dry season. If there is no rain in October, it's going to be a wet season. So in October we did not have much rain at all. So I'm thinking it is going to be once again a nice wet season for us here at Djuma. So, which is always good. It's nice to see these dams all nice and full. I mean, I've seen all these dams here on Djuma bone dry. I think it was in 2016. 2017 when we had that drought and these dams were bone dry, and you could see a lot of the animals were taking a lot of strain. I mean, a lot of different plant species went around during that time as well, so it is nice just to see these wet seasons coming through and actually producing a lot of good rain once again. But let's see, Joey, you never know. Let's hold thumbs. And I mean, most of the dams have been full throughout the year, so they definitely did not go completely dry at all. And I mean, last summer was good rains. We even had some good rains in winter. So a little bit of a good old injection of water for the dams and for the little rivers around here. Definitely, I'm sure Djuma will be blessed with rain, of course, this season. But yes, as you know, it is 12 days of Christmas, and it is a bingo. Well, I'm sure Lauren could put a few stickers down on her board already from Escape to Nature's fantastic sighting that she's had for this afternoon's bingo. But yeah, 12 days of Christmas, it's bingo time, it's festival, and it's definitely all amazing little moments of, how can I say, characters in the bush that we're going to try and mark down on those bingo boards. And I think Lauren had something like a hunting or stalking cheetah or something like that, so hopefully she can mark that one down. Let's see. But yes, every sunset drive, it is our 9th day of bingo, and every sunset drive until Christmas Day we are going to be playing bingo, and yes, please make sure that you join us for that. It is a lot of fun, and of course we will announce the winner of the bingo on the last day, and that's on Christmas Day. And let's see who is going to be crowned the Bingo King. Well, as I said, I think last night I had my imaginary bingo board. I had a few lines going there, so I'm hoping this afternoon I might have my imaginary bingo board again. Never know. But it's nice to see these hippopotamus as well. It's nice to actually see them this morning. I was quite pleased to see this female. I can see definitely a female with a youngster. There's a third one as well, yeah. I barely saw the third one, but it's just at the moment it's just the mom and her calf. And you can see a female, typical, with around those eyes, very pink, compared to a male that will be way darker. It's almost if you think of a female that's putting a makeup around her eyes, and actually kind of making sure that's got some not like eyeshadow, but pink eyeshadow. But definitely passed out, fast asleep for now. It is pretty much midday, so they're not going to move too much around. I'll find maybe tonight, once the sun starts setting, gets a little bit cooler. Of course, I'm sure Mom and her youngster will move out from the water and go look out for any nice grazing grounds around the side. Or they might actually head back north, because I'm sure they came from the northern area, from Buffelshoek. There's a third one, and coming down. So it must be pretty shallow where they are now, because they don't float. So hippos can't float. Their bone density is very, very heavy and very solid, like a weight belt, like a way belt. So if you go like swimming or snorkeling, and you want to go to the bottom of the ocean, and you put that way belt on, and that's how their bones are. So it acts like a way belt. So I'm sure they're just lying at a shallow area there, and if they need to kind of submerge the entire body, they'll just fold the legs and sink down again. All right, I am going to just zoom out quickly just to take a look. We do have some serrated hinge terrapins. That's here in Gurry Dam as well. As you can see, all of them enjoying and basking in a little bit of sun that is around here for the day. There's quite a few of them, as you can see. One is busy waving on the right hand side. I don't know what he's waving for, but he's waving to somebody. Maybe he sees his friend on the other side of the island that he wants to get to. But you got to say serrated hinge terrapins, and why they call it serrated is actually at the back of the carapace you'll find very much like almost like a serrated knife. It's got that kind of bumps in it, and that's how the carapace looks at the back end. I don't know what this one's doing on the right. I think looks like maybe think he's still swimming, or I don't know. No, definitely his legs are still moving around. What is he doing? Have you ever taken when you I'm talking? I think maybe that's why he wants to go. Maybe he wants to go into the water. I think maybe he was like very amped to go for a swim. That's why he's moving his legs all over the show. But have you ever taken like a dog and they go and swim, and then next moment you take them out of the water and you just lift them up just above the water and they still paddle, but they're not in the water anymore, but their legs are still kind of paddling. Always reminded me of that now. Oh, Zoe, terrapin, the smell of a terrapin is not the prettiest of smells. It's for me, it's one of the, how can I say, most revolting smells, if I can put it that way, because many times I enjoy fishing, and many times gone fishing and all that, and you sit there and the terrapin grabs your sinker or your hook or something like that, and then you take it off and your hands will smell. It's almost like decomposed, fetal matter with a little bit of, stagnant water combined with a lot of other interesting smells into it. So it is a combination of everything like that, and it's not pretty at all. It's not good. It's not nice. And the worst part about it is that the smell sticks to your hand. So no matter what you do, it'll just stick, and you actually can even smell, even if you're sitting on the side of the water and there's a terrapin coming up and it's going to pretty much swimming past you, you can actually pick up on that smell, and it just sticks to you. It sticks for a long time. You can wash your hands, you can do what you want, it'll stay with you. So yeah, so I don't go into areas where there's terrapins. Well, you can't say I don't go into areas where there's terrapins, but I try and avoid them being around me or close to me, or me even looking at it, touching it. Yeah. But it just shows you as well with the Djuma Dam now, or Gari Dam. You can just shows you this island is always most of the time in summertime it's pretty much it's underneath the water, but I think because we haven't had that amount of rain yet, I'm sure sooner or later that will be covered in water. And these terrapins are definitely taking this opportunity to go and sit there, nice and safe for them. Perfect. It's a safe area, so instead of being on the side of the dam itself, rather be on a little island where they feel much safer and not as vulnerable.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Just taking a look at the blacksmith lapwing here. I wonder, do they have little chicks here at Djuma Dam? I'm not too sure if they got any chicks this side. I know they had about maybe 3-4 months ago. So I'm not too sure if they still have anything around here. I usually keep tabs with when it comes to blacksmith lapwings chicks. I usually keep tabs on them with at the Treehouse Dam itself. And I know the ones at Treehouse Dam, they still got those 2 youngsters. They're already at almost full plumage. So they will be not too long, another 2 weeks. They should be leaving that area. You can see this blacksmith lapwing just picking up all the little water arthropods just to enjoy along the area. I think. And many times take a look at these dead trees around here. As you see, a lot of dead trees pretty much here at Gowrie Dam. And most of these trees, of course, how it all goes about is when certain species like your elephants, when they do come down, that's when the ring barking happens. So if they do ring bark these trees, especially like the leadwoods, very tough to ring bark a leadwood. I mean, a leadwood bark is very, very tight, and even the cambium layer, that's a layer that transports the water and the minerals, nutrients up and back and forth to the leaves. And if that layer is taken off, pretty much around the tree, we call it ring barking. You'll find actually then all of a sudden that there's no transport system anymore for that water to get to the leaves and that will die pretty much the next season. But with leadwoods, the leadwood is a very, very strong tree. It has, that's why it's called a leadwood. We actually call it a 1,000-year tree. And for elephants to ring bark them, it's going to take a lot of effort to try and even get around that bark or even peel the bark off. But this one looks like now a knobthorn tree. Now you can see with pretty much a little bit of the couple of knobs around on the tree itself. And also very, very tight, very heavy wood as well, but the easiest tree for an elephant to really grab that cambium layer off is from the knobthorn tree. That's why you see most of these big trees that's still standing up is mostly the knobthorn trees. So ring barking it dies the next season, and then it will stand up here for years before maybe a lot of things like the wood boring beetles, the termites, will start making it a little bit more flimsy, but it takes many, many years for that to happen. Once it becomes flimsy, it doesn't take much, maybe like a big old wind that comes through, and then it just pushes it over, or just snap it like at a very fragile spot on the tree itself. And once that does happen, then of course you'll find that other animals will start utilizing it as homes. So it's all part of nature. And I think it's one thing helping another thing. That's why a lot of people say, yeah, but there's too many elephants, they're killing all the big trees and pushing them over. Yes, I understand, definitely, for sure. It is sad. I mean, a lot of the trees are quite old around here, but it does create homes for others. So if it wasn't for elephants, there would definitely be several different species of animals and birds and things that will be missing from this area. Connie, there's not an easy way to protect the trees from being ring barked by elephants. Rexon is busy with a project at the moment where he's putting especially big marula trees, big apple leaves, things like that. Even some of the jackalberries, the one that I just mentioned now, the knobthorn tree. So if it's big and it's an old tree and you can see that you can still kind of protect it, then of course Rexon has been doing a fantastic project with it, where he's actually taking wire mesh, chicken mesh, and it doesn't put it very high, just puts it high enough for, of course, where elephants cannot get to, and actually will get to the cambium layer and to the bark and strip it off. And he's been wrapping the trees, so pretty much like a tree wrap. That's been helping quite a bit. It's helped a lot of the trees around here for the elephants not to be able to kind of ring bark it as well. As well, there's a project as well and of course there's another way of the bees. So you want to know? Rexon's one of our naturalists, of course. Rexon is part of Wild Earth, and yes, he's at Pridelands at the moment, and he's driving around that side. So Rexon's been doing it for many years. He's a local area for that place, for the Djuma area. He's a local guy there, and yes, he's definitely done a fantastic job So, and I've known Rexon for many years. I've known Rexon since, I think it was like 2008, 2009. And he's definitely kind of put a lot of effort into understanding how to protect these trees from elephants ringbarking. But there's also been other projects now in the western sector of the Sabi Sands where they've actually been taking beehives and actually putting beehives into the trees where they want to prevent elephants coming to those trees. And apparently that is ongoing project and research, and so far so good. So it seems like elephants is not very fond of trees where, of course, there's a beehive that's hanging from the tree. So far that has been helping. So yes, there's one or two ways, but at the end of the day, if an elephant wants to push over a tree, it will push over a tree. You're not gonna kind of prevent too much, but enough just to save a certain amount of old trees. Well, definitely looks like the weather in Djuma is definitely clearing up. I think the sunset safari is definitely going to have a better day today than yesterday. And as well as this morning, they definitely got caught by a lot of rain. I think our usual rainfall this side in the Djuma area is around about 700 mils. Something like that, 600 mils. Those are beautiful jackalberry. I love these jackalberries, and especially this one that's sitting on the dam wall itself. This jackalberry tree, every time I go past it, I always have to look up into this tree just to make sure that I'm not passing it, like missing something, because the canopy is so thick with this tree. As you can see, the back end tree here. Beautiful, real simple leaf structures as well, and producing a lovely berry, a jackalberry. And usually those berries, you can, or not usually, most of the time, you can actually eat them as long as it's nice and ripe. Do not eat a jackalberry that's not ripe. So when it's ripe, it goes to more of a purpley form, like a purple color. And don't eat it while it's green, because you will have a lot of tummy problems eating a green jackalberry. And a lot of birds eat it. So your hornbills and all your go-away birds, barbets, they all enjoy it, and they're coming to us. All animals, if those berries fall down, monkeys, baboons, nyalo, impala, kudu, so many animals will enjoy it. And my first time eating a jackalberry, the berry from a jackalberry tree, was actually last year when I was working in the western sector. And one of the ladies that was working there at the lodge, she was busy picking the berries. And I remember that they say, you can eat them, it's not bad, they are quite good, but I never tried it. I mean, like, knowing myself, I will try anything. And I said, no, well, I've got to try it. And she made a nice kind of almost like a jam kind of paste, and like she squished it up, and she gave me some, and it was absolutely nice. I really enjoyed it. So yes, it's definitely a nice berry to eat. Well, hence the name jackalberry, because the jackals enjoy it quite a bit. Funny enough, I've never seen a jackal eat a jackalberry, but yeah, apparently they enjoy it. Oh, Becky, you say there was hornbills or hardidar that flew across. Yeah, I did see that. It was hardidars that flew into the inflow. So I will go and quickly have a little squizzy there. I know the hardidars are quite interesting. That is our Igor's spirit animal. Let's see if I can find the hardidar somewhere. I think it flew into that jackalberry. Or did it fly into the jackalberry? No, maybe not. I think it might have pushed off by now. I'll take a look. I think I saw some movement there. Maybe something coming down. It looks like it's just the wind that's blowing these leaves. It's playing some tricks on my eyeballs here. But also coming back with Lauren and the cheetah that she had this morning, which was fantastic there in Madikwe. What's fantastic about that is like it happened so quick, and I also agree. I mean, I thought that when it happened, I thought it was also a leopard. I mean, you know, it happened very, very quickly, and it was amazing that somebody, actually one of the viewers, got to ID it as a cheetah because it was so quick. So, yeah, well done on that. But it's amazing that. How quickly that cheetah came from nowhere, and also like from a mount, like a rocky area, very, very strange place that cheetah came out from. But I guess, you know, nature, you can never write on rock. It can never always be exactly what you read. And talking about it was baboons chasing leopards off kills. I was talking about Karula. I think it was in 2016, 2017. I think it was 2017. I think that's when she had Shangile and Hosanna as cubs. And I remembered now, when I say in the Molawati, it wasn't in Djuma itself. I think it was just south of Gari Main, inside Little Gari. Where she also made, I think it was a duiker kill. So she had a duiker kill, and she was busy dragging the duiker kill at that time. And I think Shongile and Asana was in the vicinity, and a troop of baboons came straight from a place called Treehouse Pan in Little Gari, just north of Little Gari camp. And that troop of baboons came in, and she realized what was happening. She started running. Luckily, I think her two cubs are still kind of kept somewhere in the drainage line in the Molawati, very safe. And she kind of ran with the kill. And of course, having the baboons hot on her tail. And eventually she kind of let go of that duiker. And she went up into a tree, and of course the baboon's going crazy. She went up into the tree right to the tip, and she was snarling at the baboon, a big male baboon. And eventually that baboon decided to leave that area and go and investigate what she dropped there. And exactly the same what happened with Lauren this morning. Went to investigate, sat there at the kill for a couple of minutes, contemplating about life and what's the next move, and then it just took the rest of the troop and off they went and left her alone. And luckily the two youngsters were safe from those baboons, but a baboon getting hold of a cub, a leopard cub, yeah, it does happen. And it's always one of those things. That's why leopards will always try and avoid any confrontation, especially with a big male baboon. You can imagine those big canines, something that you do not want to have biting down on you. We're going to sit here and enjoy a little bit of nature noises. Yes, Pete, definitely. So I wouldn't try my luck. I've had many encounters with baboons, numerous encounters, especially at lodges, and always making sure that the guest is not walking around with food in their hands while they're moving from their rooms to the main quarters and all that kind of stuff if there's baboons around, because many times you'll find a baboon, especially these big males, if it's got little kids or if it's a lady that's walking with food, you'll find those big male baboons will try and take their chance and go for that food. And sometimes people don't want to let go. So yeah. So yes, I definitely do not want to encounter a baboon, and physically, I'll definitely come off second best. As you know, baboons are immensely strong. They are really strong. And you can imagine swinging from branch to branch and climbing trees all day, and their muscle development is quite remarkable. And so yeah, definitely I will not want to mess with a baboon. There doesn't look too much happening at Djuma Dam at the moment, so just scanning around, but it just seems it's very, how can I say, slow at the dam at the moment. I think I might head over to Okokweya very soon to take a look around that dam, but I do one little bit of a scan around. I was hoping to find that grey heron hunting. We did get to see that grey heron a little bit earlier. I think I see maybe a red-billed buffalo weaver that's sitting on top here. Let's just quickly go in. Is it? Oh no, it's part of the dead wood there. Crystal, I think the whole idea of that baboons chasing, if it was a leopard, if it's a cheetah, they'll do it with both. You'll find, baboons, especially when they're in the troop, they've got to feel a little bit more confident, and especially the alpha male. Many times it's nothing to do with territory or anything. They just sometimes want to make sure that they're chasing any predators away from that area that they're currently in. And I've seen, as I say, and a leopard does not want to encounter that. A leopard does not want to challenge a baboon. It's a solitary cat, and if it does get injured, it could be fatal for that leopard. So, and a baboon knows it. The baboon will know sometimes chasing a leopard. There's sometimes that leopard usually, or 10 to 1, that leopard will turn around and run off. Yes, and it also could be for the area. Sometimes those baboons use those rocky outcrops as their sleeping points, their little hideouts for the night. So yes, if a leopard is in that area, in that vicinity, or a cheetah, it is definitely going to try and chase it away from those areas that they do use as a sleeping point. So, yeah, I think it's also to do with definitely like an area-related situation. That's why you always find in the drainage lines. So, many times you find baboons, they enjoy sleeping in those big jackleberry trees, the sycamore fig trees, some of those big trees next to the rivers. And if there's a leopard around in that area, those baboons will try and chase that leopard as far as possible away from those trees, and that, just to kind of, at least they can have a peaceful night and rest without any predators lurking in the background. But that's not always the case. I think just for the cheetah, they know they're not more dominant. They are more kind of easy over. They can easily overpower the cheetah itself. I mean, that's the same as vultures. What happened the once, it was actually quite funny with a cheetah on a kill. Talking about cheetahs on a kill, we saw 4 male cheetahs on Nkoro many years ago, actually feeding on, just caught an impala, and they were actually busy feeding on the impala. And next moment, out of nowhere, coming from the south, coming from Cheetah Plains area, was a hyena. But this hyena was old. This hyena was not looking in good form at all. It was looking very weak. It was hobbling along, and it was just not looking well. And that hyena picked up on, of course, these cheetahs with a kill. It came to exactly where those cheetahs were. 4 male cheetahs, fully grown male cheetahs. And that single hyena chased those 4 male cheetahs off the kill to steal that kill from them. So it just shows you, even with the cheetahs, 4 male cheetahs on a versus a, pretty much I can say half a hyena, they still ran off. So it just shows you they'll quickly give up on a kill. So it's anyway. Well, we are going to try and take a minute away from Djuma Dam. Let's head over to Okaukwio to see what's happening around there in Namibia. Alright, so we're coming back now here to Okaukwio Dam, and as well it's got a couple of springbuck, and it looks like impala, and of course a gemsbok that's in the center of the water. I'm just going to take a look at them here quickly. It looks like quite a few springbucks on the right hand side. Definitely not as busy as yesterday. I think yesterday was way warmer compared to today, so water was definitely needed, more so than today. I'm just going to do quickly a little bit of a scan around. You can see a lot of the cloud cover, very high cloud cover, nothing too threatening of any rain or anything coming through to this side. I'm just going to go along here just to see if any other bird life. I do have at least got a little pied crow that's just sitting on the side here. You see the black and white. And pretty much in the center there, all the little pied crows. Finding them quite, they're quite common all over the show. And with Lauren with the cheetah in her kill that had the pied crows, pretty much I think they removed the eyeballs of impala lamb. That's definitely a good old indicator knowing that there is a kill, but this gemsbok just moving past. see the sun down again, see swallows coming down. And there's coming over the water. I'm not too sure exactly which swallows are, but they're just skimming the water, of course having a little bit of a drink. But they're so quick, there's no ways. I can barely keep up with the zebra. But yes, as you know, that we have lost one of our most beautiful leopardesses, our Nkanyeni, recently due to an unknown male. But she did get to a good old age. I mean, 16 years old for that female. Definitely, she has lived a fantastic life. And I was one of the fortunate ones to see her quite often as I worked just at Nkoro. So it's just south, or pretty much part of her territory. So she was always up there in Torchwood area. But yes, just to celebrate her life, or Nkanyeni, that beautiful female leopard, Wild Earth will be having a fireside chat, and of course all about Nkanyeni, and that is going to happen on the 7th of January. It's happening on the 7th of January at 8 p.m. Central African Time. And please, if you've got any favorite memories of this charming leopardess, please send them through to our email address, and that is nkanyeni@wildearth.tv. I'll repeat that email address where you can send any amazing memories of that female to nkanyeni@wildearth.tv. Definitely looking forward to listening to that fireside chat, and definitely commemorate her life. And it's definitely one of my favorite sightings with Nkanyeni was talking about him. One of my favorite sightings with that female was when I thought it was 2010 or 2011, and I remembered I just started at Nkoro, so it was about 2010, because I remember it was one of the first sightings I've had of her. And I was actually early morning, I was going up to open up, of course, the doors and getting the coffee station ready and getting everything, all set up, making sure that everything is done before I go and wake up the guests. And of course, there in Nkoro at that time, we never had phones to, of course, call the guests at their room. So we had to do a typical wake-up call with a knock on the doors. And of course, I had to go and wake up the guests at the honeymoon suite. So the honeymoon suite was all the way around, to the back end, and pretty much, away from the rest of the lodge and rest of the rooms. And walking up towards the honeymoon suite, and the next moment I just something just felt like something was watching me, and I felt, okay, well, that's still, let me just carry on walking. And I walked up to the honeymoon suite, and next moment there at the deck of the honeymoon suite, on the side, I had this female leopard just staring at me. Like, I just saw the head. I didn't see the rest because it was at the back of the deck. And I just saw this head looking at me, and I just froze. And she just kind of looked at me, and I thought to myself, okay, well, definitely I'm not going to be waking this honeymoon couple up, so let me just back off slowly. So I backed off slowly, got away from that the deck. She just looked at me. She was sitting upright. She stood up. She just walked off into the distance. She walked towards the open clearing, straight towards the Rapapi drainage line, and she just disappeared. And I thought to myself, well, that was now, and it was not in far. We were maybe about, I'd say, 5-6 meters from each other. And I thought, well, that was a good old awakening for the morning. And of course, luckily I could wake up the honeymoon couple and get them to the main lodge for a good old cup of coffee. That was definitely needed by me.
It's the end of another year here at Wild Earth. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
As we're looking around the side, it's always nice to see these different species coming through, and especially I think here at Okakuyo Pan, when you've got so many different species around here, I think they feel really safe because they are spread out all over the show. If you actually sometimes look carefully, there's some in the background, there's some in the tree line, there's some coming closer to the pan area on the right, on the left, all over the show. So there's definitely so many eyes and ears around here that when the animals do come and drink here at the pan itself, I think they feel so safe. I think they feel that there's not too much to worry about unless it's a crow that's flying past, because I know the zebras always get pretty much quite, how can I say, alerted by any crows that come to have a drink here. Yes, Crystal, definitely. I mean, I think when you come talking about, leopards in the Sabi Sands and the northern Sabi Sands over the last, I say decade, it's for me, I've definitely spent a lot of time with individuals that side and got to witness a lot, especially that I've worked on the eastern side of the northern Sabi Sands. I've worked on the western side of the northern Sabi Sands. So it's nice to kind of pick up on all these different leopards around that area and just to see the characters and where they've come from and their lineage, and it is always wonderful. And as well, and on top of that, when we were talking about Nkanyeni, I remember with a young boy that she had, I think in 2012, I think she had a male, and we called him the Torchwood male because he comes from the Torchwood area. He was pretty much born in Torchwood, and when he left his mom, he went all the way to the western Sabi Sands, to the western sector, to the southwestern side of Sabi Sands. And then I started working at a lodge that side in 2015 in the western sector, and I got to bump into that young male while he was kind of looking for a territory of his own, into the Torchwood male. So it was so nice. It was special, just to kind of keep up with him, and especially knowing his mom so well. So yes, and once again, it's a female leopard that did very well for herself. And especially leopards in the wild, to get to 16, it's very tough. It's a tough life out there. Thank you, leopard lover. I do appreciate it. Yeah, it was a fantastic encounter with her. I think it is. Having an encounter with Nkanyeni is always special, especially right in the beginning of my time in the Northern Sabi Sands. And it was also quite amazing that she did not do anything. She just looked at me like, "What are you doing? Why are you coming to wake these people up?" Kind of look. It was nice that she just kind of gave me that space, and I gave her that space, and it was perfect. That's why I was and I don't know if you remember when I found Nkanyeni on Wild Earth. I think it was mid-March. I think it was mid-March. I found Nkanyeni on Cheetah Cutline, Buffelshoek Cutline, and I thought, because I haven't seen her for quite some time before that day. I haven't seen her for maybe 3 years prior to that time, prior to this year's March this year. And when I bumped into her, I thought, I got so excited because I could see it was an old female. So I first thought at that time, I thought it might be Tundi. I thought it was Tundi, and because I got all excited. And then I looked again, and of course I think somebody else just sends through identifications like, no, that's Nkanyeni. I was like, what? Couldn't believe it. So it was very special seeing her again this year, and the beginning of this year. So yeah, it was good just to have my last sighting of her. I don't know if we did have another sighting of her after that on Wild Earth. I'm just trying to think. After mid-March. I don't know if anybody's got an idea of that. I don't think so. Because her territory would pretty much stretch to that northeastern corner of Djuma. Looks like now we've got another herd of zebra making their way down to the dam, or to the pan. I'm saying dam, I'm used to saying dam all the time. To the pan. Rolo, survival trick to surviving a troop of agitated baboons. Well, Rolo, I don't think if they're agitated with you, just kind of just back out of the area. Just make sure that you don't hang around. And why are they agitated with you? That's the next question. Why are they agitated with you? If you're kind of agitate them somehow. And of course, my trick with monkeys and baboons, I always find it works every time. I think is grabbing a stick, a long stick or a broom or something like that. There's something that looks like like a branch, and many times when they see you grabbing something like that, they tend to kind of rather back off or run off. So yeah, that's good. Oh, that zebra's got a fright there now. But it's always a good thing to do. But first of all, why are they agitated with you? Have you got food with you? Have you got like food in your hand? Is that the reason that they actually kind of pushing for something? But always make sure that you try not to challenge them. I don't try and challenge them. That's not a good idea, especially if you don't have any sticks or anything like that around you. But they're always nice to watch. I love watching baboons. I can always watch them from a distance, and I always consider when they're sitting in the trees, or even the monkeys when they're sitting in the trees. Always try not to think about what they do to us there at the camps, and how irritating they can be. I always look at them as just they're part of the ecosystem. They're part of the wildlife here, and just watch them and watch their silliness, because baboons and monkeys can be really silly at times, and they can be quite hilarious. If you sit long enough with them, it is quite entertaining. So I'm just trying to see if I can wangle this camera right here. I remember back in the days, I remember Djuma used to have quite a nice troop of baboons around that side. I think there was somebody that really studied them quite well. What was his name? Graham Cook. So Graham Cook was a guy that really studied the Djuma troop quite intensely, and I think definitely I'll hope that he would ever maybe write a book about the Djuma troop, because I'm sure his book would be quite fascinating. He could even write something about the Djuma baboons. And I got to meet Graham Cook. I met him a few times, but of course I wasn't working at Djuma. I was in the Northern Sands, but I wasn't at Djuma. So sometimes he would go out and drive, and I would chat to him. And definitely, it would be quite fascinating just to hear his stories on the baboons in that area. It's always nice just to listen to the sounds of nature, so soothing, so nice, so peaceful. And definitely the crows are quite entertaining when you actually listen to the crows going crazy. Not much changes around here. Just the only change around here at the moment is definitely that the cloud cover has now slowly but surely disappeared. There's a few other animals that's coming through for now. Definitely it is a difference on, I'm more of the touchy, tasty kind of guy, when it comes to nature, and it's very different when And I can try and see what I can find here, but I cannot smell it. I cannot touch it. I cannot taste it. But I'm trying to taste it. I'm trying to imagine how that water will taste like. I'm trying to imagine how that water will smell like. Alright, well, we're going to leave Okakuyu Pen in Namibia. Let's head it back to Djuma, as I think I've got a Nile monitor that's on a prowl, on a hunt. Alright, as you can see, we've got this Nile monitor just on the edge of the water here, and definitely I know that even Becky, she was zooming on the dam cam at the moment, and I did take a look. It seems like, and it's earlier as well, that this Nile monitor has been eyeing out those poor Egyptian geese chicks. So I'm hoping, I'm not too sure where those chicks are. I think they're a little bit further left with the adults. I'm sure the adults won't allow this Nile monitor anywhere close to them. But you can see it's looking around maybe for some frogs. Never know what it's definitely on a prowl for something. When you see that the monitor's tongue is flicking out like that, trying to pick up on a scent of something to eat. And it's just moving through this kind of, I can say, thicker grass area along the water edge. He's been up and down, up and down. He's been very busy for the morning. Definitely nice just to keep an eye on him. And we were very fortunate there at the Molawati with one of those Nile monitors. They enjoy those sand frogs. Absolutely digging those sand frogs up in numbers. It's called a russet sand frog. And they pretty much dig themselves in about maybe underground, but maybe 15 centimeters, 20 centimeters into the ground, and then of course they cover themselves up, and then of course the Nile monitor will come past, picking up on the scent on where those frogs have burrowed themselves into that sand, and then of course they will dig those sand frogs out. I'm just keeping my eye open here. Sasha, same thing. Monitor and Leguan, same thing. So, always used to say to myself, in Australia you used to get a crocodile Dundee, and in South Africa you used to get a thing called Legavon Labuschagne. So it was pretty much also the same as the crocodile Dundee version, but in South Africa. So Legavon is pretty much a monitor as well. So it's just a different way of saying it. The same as you're saying a brindle gnu, or you say a blue wildebeest. Oh, has it got something in its mouth there? So I just thought it might have grabbed something there, but I think we are full zoom at the moment, so we can't zoom in anymore. But we are just taking a look. I just want to see what it's going to be up to. Because those little... it's going to zoom out. Let's see if I can figure out where Those Egyptian geese are. It might be to the left there. Okay, well, but I don't want to lose the monitor because definitely the monitor is looking for something to feed on. You'll see usually these monitors, if they do go, and if they do have to go and lay eggs, they'll usually choose something like maybe a termite mound, which is interesting, that and especially in an occupied termite mound. It's a termite mound that is active, and what they'll do, they'll actually dig open that termite mound, make a little hole in there, lay the eggs in there, and then what happens is that the termite itself, because that mound has been broken open now, the termites itself, all the little workers will start shutting that mound off again, closing that hole, and that will be the proper way of incubating the null monitor's eggs. I'm just going to move a little bit, yeah. A little bit. Unfortunately, as I say, the zoom is completely, and I might just bring it out a little bit just to see if we can get less, like almost like heat waves that's coming through there. Looks like maybe he's going to come back to the water. And it's perfect, because especially that the sun is out now. They are ectothermic, so being ectothermic, they do rely on sun. They do rely on the heat from the sun, just to kind of warm up their body, and then it gives them more mobility. So once their body is nicely heated up, and they can move around, just like a solar panel. So once it is nicely heated up, it's full of energy, and they can go out and hunt whatever for something around the area. And you can see it's coming out now slowly towards the water again. And that's a nice size as well. I think that's about around about 60 to 90, maybe a 90 centimeter size, almost a meter. And Nile monitors can get up to 2.1, 2.2 meters. They are one of the largest monitor species that you do get, is the Nile monitor. And with that real muscular tail, I'm using that muscular tail just for defense. So if you get close to it, it'll kind of whip that tail out at you. And they can do a lot of damage. I've had the rock monitor, not as large as the Nile monitor, but the rock monitor. Maybe I had one, not myself, but one went into a lodge, and I tried to grab it to take it out of the lodge. Oh, what did it grab? It grabbed something there. Oh, found maybe like an insect, maybe a bug of some sort. I'm not too sure what it grabbed there now. Definitely feeding on the smaller things at the moment. Maybe a little frog. But yeah, and I tried to catch that rock monitor from the underneath the table in the lodge, and that thing whipped its tail out at me, and it was quite sore. It's almost like a leather belt. So definitely a fantastic defense mechanism. There's a lot of blacksmith lapwings. So a lot of your birds that really nest close to the water areas, blacksmith lapwings, your water thickneys, things like that, you'll find that these monitors, they will slowly but surely scan the area, and if there's eggs around and they're not protected and the adult is not there, definitely they're going to take that opportunity to grab those eggs and eat them, or even the chicks itself. So I always keep a close eye on these Egyptian geese chicks, because especially that they're not large at all, they're still very young. The thinking man, definitely exact the same. Very, a lot of bacteria in the mouth. So if a monitor has to bite you, with all that bacteria, if it opens your skin, that bacteria you'll definitely end up with a septic wound if you do not clean it, if you do not look after it. So yes, there is a lot of bacteria in that mouth, and so you definitely do not want to get bitten by a monitor. I know, as you say, Komodo dragons, definitely, I know that they got the same. I think they are ones, when it comes to percentage-wise and the number of bacteria in the mouth, I think the Komodo dragon pretty much is very high up on the list. But yeah, same as the Nile monitors, not as high. Oh, we're seeing something. Look at that. Almost picking up on something. And you can just see it lifting its head up, almost like a cobra, lifting its head up, looking for what it did see there. Oh, no, it lost interest now. Oh, that would have been fantastic. Maybe I would have been just as lucky as Lauren today and had a kill. I would have been very happy. Might have been something smaller, but oh well. Kill's a kill. But yes, that bacteria is definitely, it's just to break down definitely the stuff, especially when it eats like something like the fish and rotten fish, or even I've seen monitors feeding on carcasses and really rotten carcasses, and they will actually feed on the meat itself. So just to really break down that rotten flesh. I just want to see. I'm just sticking with this monitor at the moment because it definitely seems like he's on a mission here for something to feed on. And beautiful the Nile monitors, even the coloration. If you look at a Nile monitor, the color's got them all that yellowish, like kind of almost like a not bright yellow, but like a whitish yellow with the real dark lines at the neck area and in front. Where of course you got your rock monitor, it's definitely a much darker, grayer, browner color in front compared to the Nile monitor. And as well, your Nile monitors, the nostrils is situated further up on its snout, where of course you'll find the rock monitors further down, because the whole idea for the Nile monitor to have those nasal passageways further up is because if it's in the water, it's easier for it to breathe. Just like the hippo sitting right on top. Yeah, just I'm definitely I'm just keeping a close eye on this Nile monitor because I'm so fascinated about it. I just want to see if it is going to get something substantial, and I'm hoping to see a kill. So I am just sticking with this Nile monitor. You can see a head moving from side to side, tongue flicking, trying to pick up on whatever it's smelling. Oh, it's going to dig. Yeah, oh, maybe it's digging something up there now. Maybe for a. I thought he was going to dig up maybe a frog. No. Okay. Well, then I guess not. But we still stick with him. And just moving so slowly and so gracefully through these little blades of grass around Djuma Dam. Sorry, I think if I might be mistaken, snack. Stack. Yes, it'll be very nice to see this monitor feeding on something. I would love it. I would love to see that happening. That's what I'm waiting for. That's why I'm waiting in anticipation here. So definitely, Stack. It'll be good to see. Hopefully, that's what I say. Hopefully, something substantial. Hopefully, something nice and big. And it is going to kind of really has to tackle it and make sure it's going to be quite a mission to kill it, because then it'll be quite interesting. But yeah, you never know. You'll keep an eye out. It looks like he might be heading, if he's going to head into this little kind of a gully area, hoping he doesn't carry on going that way, because we will lose sight of him very shortly. Yes, as you know, we do have our best bits for our drive, so if you are not able to watch the full show, you can always download our app, our Wild Earth app, and watch all those amazing highlights from all the shows and all the best bits from each, including this one that we've got now, Escape to Nature. Definitely make sure that you watch the highlights of today's Escape to Nature with Lauren and her amazing cheetah and vultures. So definitely watch those best bits, but make sure that you do download the Wild Earth app for that. Still looking up that side. Okay, I might just go zoom out a little bit so we know where he is. Just picking up exactly where we are there now, so definitely it's not actually the inflow, it's the outflow. So we're actually at the outflow area there. Where's the Egyptian? Well, the Egyptian geese are far, looks like to the left hand side there. So I don't think he's anywhere close. Doesn't look like he's too close to them at all. Alright, well, I'm going to go a little bit in and just take a look around this side of the Djuma Dam. So we can just barely see him that side in that outflow. Look at that. I think he's gone a little bit further in now. That's alright. But yep, we are going to zoom out again. I just want to see. Just now we're missing something that's coming around there. Oh, we've got some. Also, the hippos. Looks like a little bit of activity of the hippos, yeah? Let's see what they are up to. Well, Miss Hippo and her youngster, yeah? There's three of them. I'm not too sure how old the other one is, but definitely the two that we've got here now. At the moment, we can see it is the female hippo and her calf that's coming into the dam. It looks like they're not too camera friendly, or camera shy, yeah. Yeah, and we've got a grey heron busy fishing off this island here, and looks like all the hinged terrapins have. Well, we've still got 2 left there. It looks like the rest. There was about 8, 9 of them on this island. It looks like most of them have disappeared into the water. And just got this grey heron that's very patient with its hunting skills. Definitely can learn a lot of patience from a heron. While we're going to take a look at this heron, so let's enjoy the noises of nature around this area. Looks like we just had another heron flying by there. That was sure maybe on the other side of the dam. But we're just going to stick with this one for now and see if we are lucky to witness this grey heron catching a fish or maybe a little froggy. You never know. Let's take a look. A lot of activity, a lot of waves happening. So I'm just quickly going through these hippos because I just see a lot of waves coming through. So I don't know if these hippos are becoming quite active here and having a little bit of fun without me. So I'm going to quickly put my view on them and let's see what they're up to here. Just double checking, yeah. As I say, there's a lot of activity coming from these hippos. I saw a lot of waves coming. Even the island was almost covered with water with all the wakes coming off from the hippos. So they might have been maybe chasing each other around here in the dam, but it looks like everything has settled down once again. Not too much. But it's nice. I'm going to head back. It looks like the hippos are up and down, but I want to go back to the grey heron because I'm just hoping that this we can get to witness a moment where this grey heron will catch something from the water, and just to watch the patience of this grey heron. Oh, showing us that it can stand on one leg. Huh? I can see now watching very low. Typical of the grey heron, they kind of really. Oh, there you go. I don't know if did it catch something there? Did you see anything, Max? I don't know. It's picking something up from the water. Is it drinking? I couldn't see what it was doing there. Definitely not striking for a fish or anything. And it's actually amazing. Thanks, Max. Yeah, I also thought maybe a little bit of water, maybe a little bit of a drink. Nothing too serious on hunting. But yeah, you'll get certain heron species like your greenback heron, even your black heron. What they'll do sometimes, they'll actually use insects as bait. So they'll actually pick up a little insect, which is usually like your pond skaters, and they'll actually pop it on top of the water and let it just move slowly until maybe like a fish or even a frog will come up to grab it. And as soon as it happens, they will kind of snatch and catch that prey. So yeah, so like almost specialized fishermen as well. Very clever. I don't think the grey heron will use that technique at all. Same as the purple heron. I don't think they do use that technique. They use more the technique of kind of sitting on something, even like what this one is doing now in the water with the long legs, and just waiting patiently for anything that's going to be swimming by. Not waders. Waders are more like your storks and your spoonbills. They're the ones that will wade through the water looking for, or to kind of, I can say, pick up something, yeah. Waders will kind of walk through the water and actually kind of disturb the sediment at the bottom to see if they can spook anything out there to catch it. But your herons are more patient and waiting for something to swim by. A little serrated hinged terrapins once again, another one entering the area, going on top of the island. Also hoping to get some nice warm sun for the afternoon. It is coming to that time of escape to nature, so I'm hoping that we can get our last little hunt here by this grey heron. So I'm holding thumbs. Maybe we are fortunate right here at the end that we can see it snatching up a fish. Crystal, thank you so much. Yes, it has been definitely a wonderful escape to nature once again today. I think especially with Lauren there in Madikwe having that amazing sighting with the cheetah catching, didn't witness it catching that impala lamb, but got to see it at least moving with it and being chased off by the elephant. Elephants, by the baboon. Well, there was an elephant involved as well. Later on, and as well with all those amazing vultures coming down, the lappet-faced vulture, a vulture I have seen in the Sabi Sands, but it's not common, but I have seen the lappet-faced vulture, especially if it's a huge carcass, something substantial, that you'll find a lappet-faced vulture, not many, maybe one or two as well around the area, as well as your white-headed vultures that you do get around in the Sabi Sands, but fantastic. And she even had the white-backed vultures there. And definitely it was all happening there in Madikwe today. But I'm glad that I could at least end off the show here with some amazing sightings with the grey heron, some hippopotamuses, and some terrapinos that's sitting on the island and just enjoying and basking in the sun and enjoying the sun. And of course, but yes, and as well, we do definitely thank you for all the amazing questions once again here on Escape to Nature, all the amazing comments, and just for everybody watching this show for this morning and this afternoon. And of course, Escape to Nature, that it says it all already. It is just to escape to nature and just to enjoy these wonderful moments around here. But as well, don't forget to stay tuned, as Penguin Beach will be following suit straight after Escape to Nature, and to go down towards the Western Cape there at Betty's Bay and go watch those beautiful penguins around there. And yes, we definitely say thank you from Escape to Nature. Have a wonderful day.